spotted. Oh no.
Okay.
Hold up.
My.
Mi bomba.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back. It is time for the last day of the Last Chance qualifier here at the PUBG Americas Series. My name is Toffees. I'm joined by the Porosaurus at the Cammy D as we get ready to break down all of the action and all the cool stuff. I got them backwards again. I can never remember which sides you guys are sitting on. That said, it was an interesting day yesterday where some of our favorites didn't turn it on till the very end. Poro, were you sweating watching Wuju 2 not do so good?
I mean, not really. Like LCQ, you never know what's going to happen, right? Like you have these teams that you have high expectations for, and in the end, they delivered, right? It just took 4 games to get going, and then they back-to-back wins. So hopefully they figured out whatever was bothering them. But Wuju 2, the ship has kind of righted a little bit. I'm glad to see Toyo performing as well. But still, there's still 6 games left. Like God, I hate it, but anything can happen.
Hey, I miss you, Hypoc. All right, so Cameron, yesterday at the end of the show, I asked you for your final thoughts and what to expect from today. No one was watching, though, so let's ask again. What do you expect from today?
I mean, so just to follow up on what Poro was saying is that it's not the fact that we're only halfway through an event in a best of 12. There was a lot of stuff going on to see who the last 8 teams are to come from the last chance qualifier into the grand finals next weekend. It's the fact that 3rd place is 49 points. Going down to 12th place is 24 points. That's like one solid game, 1.5 good games, right? So I think just the way that the numbers are in this specific scoreboard right now, which we will see in a little bit, I think there is a lot of room for adjustments around the map. Part of that's because Toyo did so well, 73 points, with Wuju with 53. So like already that 20-point gap from 1st and 2nd place is a lot, but they're a point sponge right now.
They are a point sponge, and they will continue, especially now that Wuju 2 is up there. Toyo has been a sponge. I expect Wuju to keep sponging today. If you guys are new, thank you, congratulations, and welcome.
Hey.
This is the scoring system, right? Like, yay. Kills are worth 1. 1st place is worth 10. It goes down from there. Long story short, get your kills, flush your kills. Listen, if you're watching LCQ, I'm going to assume you've been with us for a while, and we are happy to have you here watching these guys struggle. Because, Poro, it's just about the top 8 today for those who may not know. The bottom 8, They don't matter. They're gone forever.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like first through fifth, like whoever takes first in this thing doesn't really matter either. It's all eyes are going to be on that cut line to see who makes it to the grand finals next weekend and has that shot of making it to PGS.
And getting cash in the bank, right? As you look at the prize pool right now, 16 is $600. You got to get to 16th place to even make that money and get some PGC points. So it's kind of a big deal for these teams that are on the struggle bus right now. That's my question, though, Cameron. I have heard assertions. I have heard people claim. I've heard some statements that maybe because it's the top 8, some of those teams in the middle to bottom pack are playing it slow. They're playing it careful. They're just getting their numbers and trying to be top 8. Do you see any teams that you think have been doing that, or do you think that's a load of crap? Everyone's trying to win this every time.
Come on. What is this playing it slow? They're like, that's like people trying to say that teams don't stream scrims because they reveal strats. Like, that's just not a thing in PUBG. You can never guarantee, like, you're not gonna not take an opportunity because you want to save it for later, because next game you're not going to be guaranteed the same opportunity. So really it's more of just teams either being more or less successful on the round. That's excuses. Come on.
That makes sense. All right, here, look at the teams that are up there. Any teams that you're excited to watch today? Poro.
Poro.
Sorry.
Hey, I mean, obviously you still have eyes on Toyo to see if they continue to sponge up those points, because that'll keep that cut line pretty low. If Wuzhu 2 has actually found their footing and they could be another one that's up there that could also keep that cut line low. So, I've got definitely eyes on the bottom half of the leaderboard, people that are within range, within striking distance with 6 games remaining. Gooners, Team Razav, Zvire, 55 Esports, pretty much everybody really, like even Duel, like in 16th place, only 13 points, no placement points for them so far. Kind of surprising, but I mean, look, they've been out of it for a while, right? Like we'll give them a little bit of rust, knock the rust off. But yeah, I mean, I think everybody on the bottom side of the leaderboard has a chance of taking the top 8, especially if Toyo and Wuzhu 2 can continue the performance that they were having yesterday.
Yeah, Toyo looked very, very good, which is exciting because that's a team that I was hoping would be sort of out of the jump. Now, this is, of course, grand final. We know the teams that are already qualified. And the scary part, though, is that, yes, the top 8 advanced camera, when you look at those 8 that are waiting for everyone else, those are monsters. And there's not that many spots for PGS, man.
Yeah, there really aren't. We've had some grand finals that a couple of teams have a really, really fortunate group stage and maybe surprise a couple of us. There wasn't a single team in that list of the already qualified squads that surprised any of us, right? I think some people are going to be referencing God Squad in that, but come on, like any team that has sharp shot, I'm going to be all on board with that. But here's the current leaderboard right now. Toyo 73, as I said before. But just look again, now that you can see the numbers in front of you, look at how close that entire middle section is. And I agree with Poro, even though Duel aren't looking that great so far right now. 13, 8th place is 32. Like, just have better games today, and it's well within touching distance.
Yeah, just be good.
Let's focus on that. Let's talk about touching distance, or the cutoff is probably a less weird way to say that. Forever is at 32 right now. Gooners is at 20. Touching distance just sounded weird. Gooners is at touching distance at 29 right now. The question is, do you think the cutoff is going to be something like we saw in the group stages in the 60s, Poro, or do you think that this might generally be lower? Yesterday, I was postulating maybe the mid-40s to 50. That seems maybe a little low. Where do you think it's going to be?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really tough to say without knowing how Toyo and Wuzhu 2 are going to do. That being said, I think going into, I think coming out of the 2 middle maps, going into the final 2 matches of the day, I think if you're within 20 points of 8th, then you're feeling pretty good about things. Like, or then you realistically still have a shot, right? So nice. I think that should be the goal for everybody that's on that bottom side of the leaderboard. Just keep an eye on 8th place, keep an eye on forever, keep eye and see that you're still within striking distance as each game progresses. And if you manage to get over that line, if you break that line somewhere in the middle of the day, just keep doing what you're doing, keep trying to get those points. Don't try to fall into that trap of playing safe and trying to play slow and get to late game, because it's LCQ, man. Like, nobody knows what's gonna happen, right? You can't rely on people to not do incredibly stupid stuff. So get your points where you can.
Yeah. And not even just not do stupid stuff too. You got so Dots is a great example here. Yesterday, Dots started really well. Like, we talked them up. We were hyped about how well they were doing. They consistently put up some numbers, but they're in this 30 bill, which is not feeling very good after what we've seen from a couple of the teams popping off yesterday. Like, Wuzhu 2 was friendly. They had a terrible first 4 games, Cameron. And that's something where, now these sponges, if they decide to show up and play their game, if Duel decides to wake up, I'm worried that these Certitos through the Zvires, these guys at like 15 to 25 may not have a lot of points available to them when it comes time to earn them,
right?
You know, in the next couple of matches if these guys wake up. So for me, that's my big one. Is I'm watching, do these 3 or 4 teams come out, you know, just swinging for the fences?
It's possible, but if you're referencing what we saw from Falcons on the final day of group stage, I'm going to be honest, I love so many of the teams here. I think they're all much better players than any of us here on the panel. That's an objective fact. None of them are Falcons. None of them are Liquid. None of them are any of the top level teams from North America's past. So I do not see a reality that there is one single team that is able to take over in the way that we saw Falcons do. So the sponging, as much as Toyo is sponging right now with 73, it's not going to be a 100+ point day for any of these teams.
Only because I can't let you be the contrarian at all times, right? Some of us have to disagree. Maybe people will see us doing it as well. I will say this. I think you're right about the Falcons reference. That said, the Falcons were playing college ball against a bunch of varsity teams in the group stages. Now we're talking about Toyo playing some JV against, there's been some teams playing like a 6th grade intramural team out there. So my point is, the Falcons seem like they were head and shoulders above the lobbies in group stages. Toyo, and maybe even Wuju too, feel like they could be at that same head and shoulders level. Does that make sense in this lobby? Do I think they can do that in the grand final? No. But I think here it's going to feel very good against some of these teams because, yes, that bottom half of this board has been really shocking. Particularly, I'm kind of frustrated with what I'm seeing out of South America in general, because I feel like the last 2 years, they've been on this incredible trajectory where it feels like they've been starting to supplant some of our North American domination teams. And I don't know, some of these rosters just don't feel like they're working. Have we spread? Has the South American talent diffused, do you feel like? And they don't have the super teams they used to?
No. I think this is really more indicative of the fact that a lot of these guys haven't played since October of last year, right? Like it's been a long break before the year for a lot of these guys. So you're seeing a lot of rust getting knocked off, and we're seeing how they have to deal with a lot of these new teams and a lot of these new roster combinations. So in a way, we are in the middle of March Madness right here in the LCQ.
Yes.
Whoever comes out on top of March Madness gets to go and play in the NBA next week. We'll see if they can find a little bit of transition. But right off the bat, though, we are getting started with 2 on Miramar, Toffees.
I love that. I love the transition idea. That was actually really good.
That.
And so let's do that. Hey. Since you made a sports reference, I'm going to do something that sports love to do. They're going to say, let's make a prediction. And here's a rare prediction that's going to be a fun one. Duel is at 13 points right now in 16th place, but their roster is good. Will they make the cutoff? Yes or no? Cameron?
No.
Poro?
I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna say with 2. Actually, I'll even go a little bit further. I'll say with 2 games left, they will be less than 20 points away from 8th.
Less than 20 points. So you're saying they'll make it, but we're gonna get a really good rush push at the end. So it's gonna be a fun day for Duel. I like that.
Yeah, it's gonna be it's going to be a race for that 8th place spot. I think we'll see a lot of shuffling of position. Oh my goodness. All right, let's go all the way down to the southeast to start things off, Toffees.
I love that. I'm going to make my prediction. I think that Duel probably, I was going to say make something bold and be like, Duel wins game 1, but not after single circle. So I'm just going to say Duel does well, and I think I'm with Poro. I think they make the cutoff. I think they've got experience, and I think your point was really good, Cameron, that rust has been one of the main issues here. But you know what? They are now, 3 days of play into high-level competitiveness. I think it's no longer – the rust should be falling off at this point. If there's any rust left, it's just a broken part.
I mean, I guess. I don't know. I just haven't seen anything to really convince me. Well, because Poro's one that said the rust. I never said anything about rust. That's the thing. I was shocked. I'm like, when did I say that? I never said anything about rust. I don't think it's rust. I just don't think they're as
He was trying to give you credit for my brilliant analysis.
Please, I make enough brilliant points on my own. I don't need to steal from you.
Okay. All right, shoot. I was gonna give it to you too. I didn't, I'm making it rain out here. Okay.
Poro, go give it to
look. Well, we are starting off. You see, Wuju 2 has that Puerto Paraiso loot spot, so they get pretty much free reign of wherever they decide to go. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them just kind of go to those center circle compounds. Cameron, we see those get a lot of love in circles like these. They cut off to the east of Los Leones.
Dude, Wuju 2 and Miramar, I don't know what they have. They had such strong positions that were continued to be favored by the games. Last 2 Miramars yesterday.
3 in a row.
Circle 1. Yeah, Circle 1 doesn't, you can't sit center of the game in Circle 1. But what another advantageous start to them.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, we've been talking about it a lot, how a lot of people saying, oh, you got center circle C1, like that's GG. It's like you're pretty much good to go. Well, it feels like in the tougher lobbies, that's actually not the case, because then now you're having to defend from all sides or on all angles, right? But in this particular circle, where there's a really, really good compound in those fields that you can kind of play and get a lot of vision around, it could start off good. But right now, to Tilt Town, they're going to be getting at the same place right around the same time Fireflies does. Frost will find Savage, but he is all by himself. He's got some support now coming from the south, but the rest of the boys not there yet. Frost has to slow things down here.
Yeah, really good initial knock with the M249. This is one of those compounds that you were referencing for Wuju too. This is such a strong compound, so it doesn't surprise me that there is going to be early game fighting over it. Frost is going aggressive though. He's going to try and stop the res. He's aware of the player up on the high ground, but he's playing his own windows of opportunity well with the rest of his squad. Pushing in, does go down. 1 for 1 at the moment.
All right, Joppa, just gets kissed by that grenade, and Andre going to find a little bit of damage in return on his own. So this is a full-on 4v4 firefight. You see Wuju 2 off in the distance. They got their little triangles pointed over in this direction to see if they can find any angle. That's going to be bad news for Firefly if they take the wrong angle of approach. Trimble does get flushed out, and now Jappa gets traded down. No flushes yet on the side of Fireflies, but Tilt Town, they're putting up a really good fight here. Down to just one. Oh no, down to two.
Yeah, nice. I think they might have got a res there, but Savage does go down. A UMP left standing for 0. This makes me wonder if they had to push to the middle of the zone very, very early to try and find a central position. Just unfortunate that they ran into Firefly with such bad gear. In fact, it's bad enough gear that Zero's going to get into a vehicle and just run away. The call was made to just salvage what they can with this last lone player.
Yeah, I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all for that, because just the way this circle is, you can find places to play as a solo and survive a little bit longer. And you can see Gunner's looking down over there, but they're not going to find any of those knocked players, unfortunately. That would have been a nice free couple of points if they could have got it. But sneak attack the rest of Wuju 2, they're going to see Zero. He stopped in the hills and is just running around, but they... I'll see how aggressive Wuju 2 wants to be.
Yeah.
With those 2 wins back to back, they feel like they could be a little bit more aggro here.
Yeah, they don't want to overextend, because it's one thing to play a bit looser when you do have a point lead. When again,
he's running right in between their 2-2 split. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and so you can they definitely have a lot of room to play around with. But there is always going to be the risk of maybe being too confident and letting it go. Which again, it's all about being top 8. So whether they end in 2nd or 1st or 8th. It's about getting to the grand finals, and they've all but completed that task. But there is something to be said about maintaining onto your composure and holding onto your foundations and not pick up any bad habits until leading into the grand finals, as important as they are. And Zero is going to be able to hide away right now, able to make it all the way to the low ground on the coast, find some hard cover there.
That's good work by Zero. And Wuju 2 managed to pick up that supply crate as well. And I believe I saw Sneak Attack pull an arm out of there, so that's going to be good news for them as they continue to just hold their 2-2 split. I think that's the other thing with Wuju 2. You want to try to get this guy if you can get him for free, but you also don't want to take a risk of giving up what is essentially the God compound in the center of this circle, right? When you know we're right about the time, 6 minutes, 7 minutes in, where all these teams are going to be starting to send it in. So good on them for holding strong for the time being, and good on Zero for keeping Tilt Town in this game.
Yeah, you know how Zero was able to make it there? The increased movement speed on the SMGs.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. Any other weapon,
he
would have been too late, and Wuju 2 would have gotten him.
I believe it. I'm assuming that he got some tires shot out of his car, and that's the reason that he ditched that in the first place. But either way, he should be fine, I would think, for at least another circle or two, depending on what these teams to the north. You got 4E and Sam Crismo that are heading down that coastline. Is Andrew? Ooh, don't peek that angle again, my dude. You got roasted.
Yeah, getting hit from uphill when you had the angle advantage. I mean, you know, peak wars are a bit of a rock paper scissors.
Oh yeah,
type situation, but still doesn't feel great. And
motorcycle
such severe damage to the helmet. Yeah, that's a random motorcycle put out in the open. Good on Sam Crismo to not run into that.
I know. Well, they managed to escape. Looks like 4E. I think 4E was ahead of them actually. Sam Crismo just kind of breezed through. So either way, no harm, no foul. Both teams finding a place to play here is Fake taking some long range shots here for 55. They've got the nice little 2-2 split over by the road with the motorcycle jump. If this thing cuts north, this is going to be the god spot for 55. So they're really just kind of pushing all their chips in, hoping that this thing cuts north. And you know, if it does, it's going to be perfect.
Yeah, you would hope so, especially 55, struggling as they are currently in 12th place. They were in a similar situation in group stage. So they've been really, really struggling to find their form, which, you know, we talked about that quite a lot yesterday, so I don't want to belabor the point. But from what you were saying, if it does cut north, that is such a strong position. They didn't have a great timing into the circle from their early drop spot rotation to be able to contest for the compounds that Firefly, Gooners, Wujutsu, even Zavire have. So the fact that they're able to find this, even though it's kind of a up in the air on whether it's gonna be valuable or not, still one that you got to take. Sometimes you just got to say, you know what, I'm not a gambling man, but it's better than pushing my chips all in on a spot that is already taken. You just got to say, hey, if it comes to us, it comes to us. Great.
Yep. Take the chance, man. What else do you have to do, really? As forever got the spray. Won't be able to get him off as that is one hot cookie running away, Varus. Where's the rest of his squad? They are still off to the east. So Varus kind of all by himself over here. Is Nubsky trying to see if he can maybe get one more shot in. And fortunately for Varus, he will survive, at least for the time being. But he has got a lot of humanity in between him and the rest of his squad.
Right. Yeah, I wonder why he came down that direction. Did Forever play quiet while Certitos was setting up to the west of them? Did Forever sneak in front of Certitos? But that is Varus cut off, and a standard phase 2 shift from phase 1. I mean, do we argue that it's a hard shift to the east? Not really, because most people are already inside the zone anyway, but here it is. Finally goes down. Where was Varus continuing to drive? Like, you would think at that point you would 180, go back up the coastline and make a wrap around to the north and hit your team, but I guess he just wanted to scout out ahead.
Yeah, so kind of a rough situation, right? The multiple teams that kind of separated him from the rest of his squad. Now his squad's running into dots on the north side of the new zone as Finna gonna get popped by Gabriel from way, way far away. And unfortunately for Finna, I don't think anybody's anywhere near him from his own squad. We'll see if they can get him back up, but dots, this is what we're looking at on the north side of the new zone. They saw Certito making that rotation right in front of him, but it looks like Certito has managed to avoid them for the time being. And Dots back in vehicles, trying to decide where they want to play from here. Now that they've got a little bit of time, at least, they still got a couple of teams off to their north. I don't know how aware they are, but they've got Outlaws and that are still up there, and Team Razab.
Michael's also in a bit of trouble. Finna has yet to be revived. I'm looking at the map, and it does seem that someone is rotating up that way, but Michael really needs to hold on to this position. They can't get overrun by potentially dangerous. And PD have been an aggressive team at times so far in last chance qualifiers, so that's always going to be the potential. You get it? Because
they are very, they're potentially dangerous and dangerous in reality.
Yeah, the potential has been brought to. What is the potential energy?
Fruition.
Kinetic energy? Whatever. Yeah. Anyway.
I don't know.
There was something there, but we got to workshop that. We'll come back to you, chat. Apologies.
Yeah, sorry about that. Well, Wujutsu, they've got Sam Carismo moving in right next door, but you can see they are using that compound that they took very, very early on to great use right now. That second floor providing a lot of vision around them as we see Laucha in the glider, trying to get a little bit more information for Razab. They are the rest of the squad, the main body of Razab still just off to the east side of Impala, not completely committing to the city just yet, but they've got a lot of space to play around, and now Laucha is going to be able to tell them how far they can really go down without having to worry about anything. Is Gabriel, he's going to find Michael eventually. Oh, this fight just refuses to end, and Finna will bleed out as well.
They got Adam as well, so that's 3 down for Empire, all going the way of going to be dangerous. Valiate is safe, very close to the center of the zone. He was kind of their anchor in the middle of the playing area for Empire. But I do, hindsight's always 20/20, but I still have to wonder like Adam going up to get Finna with potentially dangerous lurking around like that, I think they might have been a bit too eager to go for that res.
Yeah, I mean, I understand going for it, to be honest. They just didn't have a good read on how wide the split for PD was. Michael had a read on the far western side, but unfortunately they just lost track of Gabri, and Adam just could not find a good angle to get up to get that res without exposing himself. And unfortunately for him, Gabri just hitting all the shots, 3 kills in his bag right now. And we'll see if Valley 8 can survive a little bit longer as the new zone does pop, and it is favoring East once again.
Oh, very strange. Valley 8 was so much closer to the center of the zone. He might have actually been in that single warehouse that is empty right south of Spire, but he's all the way back in Los Leones. He just does not feel comfortable trying to lurk and salvage from the middle, which I don't blame him. With all the open area in this section of Miramar, I mean, you know this as well as I do, there are going to be some major fights over compounds. There isn't nearly as much playable terrain for teams to survive out, whether it's on the edge or the center of the zone. So I can understand why Valley 8 would want to leave that area. Gooners now, they're still holding on to their split, high ground being utilized for its information gathering purposes, making sure that no one can lurk around there from the southwest edge. And CLS does go down the kill feed, which is another bad loss for Sortitos because he did such a good job, put in a lot of work in a couple of key moments yesterday.
And that's coming from 55 as well, so a nice valuable point picked up by them. Their compound, unfortunately, they gambled, and unfortunately the gamble goes away from them, that they are still inside the zone on the very northern edge of the circle, so they've got some gatekeeping to do against Dots. But as you said, Gooners doing a good job of making sure that everything to their west and south is clear, but they're not going to be seeing much of anything. They have pretty much the whole south side, southwestern side to themselves, with the exception of that one lone solo player in Valley 8. So good position here for Gooners. We'll see where they decide to go from here. As you see, Zero still alive, keeping Tilt Town in it, but is outside of zone and is currently surrounded by Duel.
Yeah, he's going to have to try and find an opening. I don't imagine Duel would have any reason to think there is a solo.
Oh, absolutely not.
I wasn't watching the minimap. I wasn't tracing Duel and Zero's every movement, so you never know, they could have spotted something. But this early on in the game, reading the kill feed and like information off of that, very, very difficult to do. So it's quite a possibility that Zero is going to pop out, take one of them down, go for an early kill, get that flush, and what he gets traded in return is a different question. But yeah, 55, they got that 1 point. Trisk with the kill, trying to defend against Outlaw's push around them. Some good damage from Baki, but can't follow up with more for a knock.
Outlaw's doing a good job of using the terrain to make their way through, and Dots, they're just going to go ahead and send it right in the middle of this 55 split. And Shando actually decides he wants a piece. They're going to turn around and maybe go for this compound. They think they have gotten the read on 55 in a 2-2 split here. So can 55, can H11 Junior Baki hold off Dots long enough for the rest of the gang to get over here? Looks like their Far guys are maybe running for a vehicle right now, but H11 Junior will find one to start off with. He's going to find two as well.
Surely!
One, why not? H11 Junior with the big plays. Unfortunately, Baki's going to go down really quickly. Bliss, the last one up, and he's not going to let him run away. But now the rest of the squad has arrived. Trisk, Fake, all trying to run in. Unfortunately, the flushes will come through. Bliss so close to death. And he's just going to get chased down here, you have to imagine, by 55.
Even dropping a grenade on his own teammate's body because he's hoping it gets overrun by Trisk. Bliss barely alive, hanging on by the skin of his teeth. It'll be very, very disappointing if 55 can't follow up when H11 started. It's only one player left in a 1 versus 2, but we know how difficult it is to push these long buildings, getting up to those high towers on either end, even a 2-on-1 advantage. Just a spam of utility. Tough. Blue zone grenade's going to be making it a bit difficult. Watch the frag.
Oh my goodness, well, Fake tried to go from the outside, but Bliss reads him, and once again, down to 1 HP, but it doesn't matter. The Outlaws were coming in for the third party, and 55 will go down.
I mean, I like the aggression on Dot's approach to 55. They saw an opportunity to get a couple of kill points. It's just H11 Junior held on very strong, but as we look towards the rest of the map, Fireflies now, they see Forever pull up right in front of them, right below them, but this is where these early positions by Firefly, by Wujutu, we start to really see them interact. can Firefly extend out much to upset Forever's position without getting spotted by Wuju2? That's always the big problem with the slopes like this on Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much they can do. As you see, Tilt Town 0 will get spotted out by Duel, and that will be it for Tilt Town, going down in 14th place. But yeah, Firefly, I mean, they got to just let Forever stay here. And for Forever's part, I mean, they're going to have to just kind of play around this hard cover, knowing that they've got somebody just above them and below them on that hill, Wuju2 and Fireflies. But this is a good time to send it there if you're going to do it, as we are down to just 44 alive, 13 teams remaining. Wuju2 spotting out Duel from range. No knocks just yet, though.
Yeah, but we saw that great knock from Fake Sin onto a member of Firefly. That's exactly what I was talking about. A Firefly to look like they're in a really strong position. It's just about how can they assert that position without getting tagged up from the teams around them. It's not quite as dominant as you would think. Good grenade out by Benya, right onto Wooly. Spots the rest of Duel and Toyo. It's about time they start to get activated. They're in first place, and they're going to want to maintain that position for ego reasons alone.
Yeah, Toyo and Gooners have had pretty much a cakewalk so far this game. As Penta will go down to the beautifully placed grenade from Benya. Starting to see some better utility coming out of some of these squads here today. As before, it seemed like they were just throwing everything willy-nilly, just regardless. See if he can maybe spot somebody out through the smoke. He does get the toesies, and K-Mine will go down. Linksy now just trying to survive a little bit longer, but he's got grenades on both sides. Can he... I thought that was another grenade on his left side. Okay, there you go, Toyo. Gosh, okay. They're still feeling it today. It was a little bit of a slow start for them because they're playing from the south side where nobody really was. But boy, they turned out as soon as Duel showed up, they just made quick work.
Yeah, they used a lot of their utility to get that, but I certainly see why. They needed those kill points. I don't know if they're going to have many opportunities going forward because Firefly's position is still dominant. And now that Wuju2's spot is taken out of it, that's that counter position no longer a big threat. In fact, Yapper's going to show them just that. Takes LFP down, but Wuju2 want to crash on this position nonetheless.
I like this from Wuju2, not wasting any time. They're going to immediately push in. They'll find the knock on a Frost. Jappa very low. He's going to go down to sneak attack. Wuju2 have lost one. They've lost two. Fakes in now the last one, and Wuju2 will get eliminated. Beautiful hold from Fireflies.
They did good initial damage, but losing one player on the approach with the other teammates of Firefly so close for the backup, it was going to be a hard fight to win. They made it look good, but sometimes it's just not your fight.
It was a tough position for them to be in, unfortunately. They had to send it, and they started off really nicely, but really, really well played by Kane and Fireflies there to keep things going. Toyo now trying to get within grenade range, and they're going to do so. Find Pandorito. He's going to go down. Nubsky and Scooby just with that deployable cover. The vehicle will explode, but fortunately won't take any of them out. And now, fortunately, even more so, Fireflies are paying attention to Toyo.
Yeah, it's difficult for Toyo to cross. There were a couple of little nooks and crannies that they can maybe sneak in towards, but not in the zone yet, and potentially dangerous. They are still staying dangerous. Nice little trade at range by Gabriel. Actually, no, it was Andrew that takes Gabriel out. Outlaws also chiming in with some damage of their own. They're also stuck in a fight with Razev. No one wants to get close to Fireflies. That's what I'm noticing. Everyone's trying to hang out onto the edge of this circle just because that Firefly position, once again, is just so powerful, so strong, but it's forcing the fights out in very thin, razor-thin margins with the terrain.
It's not even just Fireflies. Gooners have this god spot on the high ground. You can see it up there. Now, obviously, it's a lot farther range, so you know, the likelihood of getting those knocks and flushes a little bit less, although you see Bunt will find Sandcrow. And keep in mind, they still have Valley 8 that has snaked his way right behind the Gooners. Could strike at any time, so we'll keep an eye on that as Toyo still trying to get rid of Forever. Forever just refusing to go down, as Pippa will land a few shots, but not enough to open up a door. Well, there's Benya. He's been on fire last couple of days.
He has. One of my favorite players from Latin America. Coming up to take his spot at the top of the region. They still need to make way through Firefly, Toyo. they got some utility. They're picking up more utility on the way through, so that's definitely a good sign. Making their way, breaching their way into the warehouse, but will they suspect Frost up on the high ground? Yappa's coming to assist as well. Kane has to fall off of the high ground, and we do see Razap get eliminated off in the distance. That's up towards the north, but Toyo back away.
Yeah, this is tough for Toyo. This is also tough for Fireflies. I mean, you were talking about how much utility they ended up having to use earlier. This might be why they're turtling up a little bit more. They could have had a little bit of a better opportunity to take out Toyo earlier, but unfortunately just not having the utility. But now they're finding the shots as they are up to 10 kills, and Benya gets taken to within 2 or 3 HP. Great shots from Frost. And now Gooners, just simply Matthias is definitely trying to get active, starting to come down a little bit lower to see if he can maybe catch Firefly slipping.
Yeah, Gooners know that Fireflies is their biggest challengers in the lobby right now. So if he can even get a knock, a kill, good opportunity here onto Kane. Can't follow up with enough damage. If he was able to get that knock and then, you know, somehow be difficult, but somehow get the flush there, they'd be in a much better standing going into the end game, assuming they can hold on. Looking at the map, you can see potentially dangerous push in onto Gooners, but right now, Toyo, utility, the breach, they really need to get into this warehouse now that the blue is at their back. It's 1:20 before it's going to be closed. But there's also the threat of Sam Crismo. Emmy knows that, eyes that way just in case they get third-partied.
Yeah, this is a tough hold. It's a tough hold to see it on the BMX bike running through. Bunt, though, the rest of Gooners have found Outlaws on the north side in a very tough spot, and it should be not very long before 9-1 will go down. Looks like he might be trying to go for the res on Curry. Smoke cloud just keeping him alive for a little bit longer. But yeah, I mean, look, nobody's shooting at Gooners. Nobody has an angle, really. As now things are starting to collapse in a little bit more. Gooners may start finding the kills start to climb.
They only have 1 kill so far. But at this point, their main, you know, it sounds dumb to say it, but they just going to try and win this game. The opportunities for kills might not be there, though they are opening up on the Outlaw still, as the fight between Fireflies and Toyo is also happening. Not quite inside the warehouse just yet, or Toyo, and they've lost Emmy and Pippa. No, okay, they're in the warehouse. Firefly has conceded some space. I wonder if that's because they are also aware of the potential threat of Sam Crismo to the east of them. They don't want to accidentally open up their backside to getting shot by a different squad.
Yeah, I think that was the issue. I think that actually helped Fireflies a little bit. Toyo was taking a little bit of time trying to figure out how to best breach this compound, and Sam Crismo kind of came around at the perfect time to take them by surprise. But now it's a little bit more difficult. You got 2 from Toyo, you got 3 from Sam Crismo. Fireflies have the compound, but it is outside of zone, potentially dangerous in the dead center, but Gooners still have that high ground to play around with. But you can see they're starting to flex out. Simply Matt still keeping eyes on this compound. Icy Flex going to come and join them. Do they have, good eyes on Bunt. That could have been dangerous, but Valier will go down, and Empire is going to go out in 6th. Yeah,
when it gets to this point in the game, it's always a good idea just to check behind you. But Firefly, now they're pushing out. Massive damage coming out from Kane. DNL, last one standing, gets the trade, but now left in a 1 versus 2. Going to go for the flush right now. Get the kill confirms. Get those points. And Toyo are also pushing in. Firefly's attention pulled that direction. A great knock. Follow up by Benya. So now it's Firefly getting eliminated. Toyo, 8 kills for them. Getting the win might not be guaranteed, but they are still getting a whole bunch of points.
That started off so nicely for Fireflies, but then DNL just a beautiful 1v2 to kind of pump the brakes on that, and then they were just not ready for that Toyo push. So, but at the end of the day, still 13 kills for Fireflies. They have jumped up into 9th place. They are right on the doorstep as we see the Gooners 4 kills now. They've got PD pretty pinned down, and they're just kind of holding on to this high ground for as long as they can. To Slab, okay, Simply Matt, just right on top of their pumpkin heads with that well-placed grenade. Slabby rather, will find Simply Matt though. And he knows he's got Icy Flex right there. Icy hit with the
no way
with the flashbang, but Slabby doesn't care. He doesn't need vision, but Bunt will see him. And now it's a 2v2 Gooners versus Toyo for the win.
Dude, for a second, I could have sworn that Slabby had got an anime on his side, but it's not meant to be. But still, the damage that he dealt, Simply Matt and Icy Flex both going down, it is a much more fair fight. The high ground and, of course, the MG3, it must be said, on the side of Bunt. But that's Groza on the side of Toyo, so firepower kind of going pretty neck and neck. And look at Benya's position now. This crossfire that they've set up with Capitan, with the action of potentially dangerous, it's not unreasonable to think that Benya is completely unaccounted for by Gooners. We'll see where Greg Shot is positioning if he has attention that way.
I think Toyo just trying to get an idea of where they are, and they should know now, as both of them have shot. So okay, they're both on the high ground. We don't have to worry about low just yet, but Bunt gonna send it off to the north side, use these hills, use these rocks to his advantage, try to see if he can sneak up on Capitan. Greg Shot, meanwhile, keeping him distracted, keep peeking, keep giving him a target to shoot at, and let Bunt know Capitan is still there. But see that deployable cover, that could be a huge player when this fight finally breaks out. Greg Shot on the move once again, as this is really tough terrain in phase 8 in a 2v2. There are so many places for everyone to hide, and you just cannot keep track of where guys are.
Yeah. I think this is going to end up in a couple of individual 1v1s. Not so much a chess match at the end that you see at times. It's kind of just almost not quite playing TDM because the respawns don't happen, so it kind of slows you down. But Benya tries to strike, lets his position get known at the very least.
Yeah, but he's doing exactly what he should do. The second he takes those shots, instantly moving to a different spot. Does not want to get spotted out here. His Bunt will find Capitan. Takes the shots before sending the grenade. Capitan will send the flashbang back in return. The grenade will fall a little bit short, but the molly's going to be on time, as Capitan's going to have to stop down and try to heal up. Is he going to get it off in time? He's not. Beautiful utility play from Bunt.
Yeah, but look at Benya's getting activated. Greg Shot's calling it. Here's the footsteps. And now Benya's in a rough position now. It's going to be a line up by the members of the Gooners, and indeed they are going to take that win. Very close fight. Gooners barely coming out, but that is the win that they need if they want to qualify to the grand finals.
That is a massive W for Gooners, and Bunt in particular just popping off there that game. It looked like it was going to be kind of rough there for them for a while, as they had the entire south side of themselves. It was very free and clear. They didn't really have much to do, but they also weren't getting any kills. I mean, we were all the way towards the end of the game and there was 0 kills, but finally everybody started collapsing on top of them. They got a little bit lucky in the fact that they were able to hold on to that high ground position as long as they were able to. But at the end of the day, you still got to win that 2v2, and that was a tough 2v2 to win there at the end.
Yeah, you know what else is tough? Highlights. We're going to go see what happened in the game once again, and then come back for more breakdown of that game. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back. Game 6 is done, and exactly what we expected has begun. Teams that needed to make a run have sort of stepped up and made those big pushes. Now, the winners there, Gooners. Now, this is a team that we watched yesterday, and it seemed like they were having a hard time working it out. I don't know what was going to, like, what their plays were. It was just aggression and kind of over-the-top play. Today, this game felt a lot more strategic. Now, is that because their spot was just like epically unpushable up there on the hill, or did you see a little more strategy than I'm used to seeing from the Gooners, Poro?
I mean, I think a lot of it had to do with the spot that they were playing, but like, you have to, if you get a god spot like that, you got to do what you got to do, right? And I think having a game like that where they were able to come in, get 9 kills, get the win, start off with without having a whole lot of pressure put onto them until the very, very end. That's a good step for Gooners for the rest of the day. That's going to put them in the right mind space, I think, for the next 5.
And while we talk about Gooners, Cameron, because they won the game, Firefly, what?
Yeah.
13, like that, and they were not in the same. It's like they had to deal with the Gooners trying to tap them in the back. They had to deal with Toyo poking them the whole time. Like Firefly to come out with this is really impressive to me.
Yeah, not just that, they had to fight Tiltown for that position in phase 1. It could have easily gone the opposite way. Tiltown left that game with 0 points. We could have easily seen the same from Firefly going for, I'm not going to say a gamble, but still early fighting always has a major risk. But they won that fight, won that compound, and they reaped the rewards, getting 13 kills out of it. It was difficult to then extend out of that position just because of the way that that big giant slope works. But still, what a great performance to bring them, similar to Gooners, up from a more middling to bottom position that they were before this round.
I mean, personally, I think that this means Gooners probably makes the pass into the top 8. I know 48 is low, but with the way things are going, it feels right. That said, Firefly is now very comfortably in that sort of chase. The question I have is, Poro, I feel like Gooners is pretty consistent. They find points somewhere, right, in every game, or they at least are consistent. Is Firefly, I'm not as familiar with them, are they consistently able to get those 2 to 4 points per game in your experience?
I mean, I don't think you can count on having the 13 kill games. I mean, they're on the wrong side of the leaderboard for a reason, right? And a big part of that, I mean, 5 placement points over the last 2 days, and I think they just got 3 in that last one. So it's just been getting to late game for them. Now this time around they got a really nice compound and they did a hell of a job defending it, but you can't count on that every time, right? So what's going to happen for the next 5 games is really going to be up to them. But I think getting those 13 kills, winning those firefights may give them that little extra push they need to go out there and maybe engage in some fights that they otherwise wouldn't have done the last couple of days.
Yeah, it was a very tough circle. Like when we get that shift over, I think you guys talked about it specifically. There's just not a lot of cover. The way the uphill works, it's very difficult to play from the south side if somebody's got a good north hold. A team that I want to give a little bit of love to, and we've given them a ton, we probably will, was the way that Toyo played that. Toyo moved to the south side. They locked out what do you want to call like a pizza slice or a little bit of pie. But the way that they moved forward before they ran into Firefly, and that was just tough because there was 3 teams, is they were doing this really cool thing where it was like Emmy was playing point, and they had 3 that were sort of working that back of the circle. And when they got hit by Duel, Emmy never even moved. He held the point position and made sure they didn't get pushed from behind and let his team go 3v4 unless they called for help. And then when they won the fight and they pushed farther into circle, Emmy didn't move. Emmy held his spot the entire time his team pushed past him, and Benha became the point man for their next position. They're sort of like making sure that once they lock in security, they know what's around them at all times. And I really respect, in a lobby like this, it's easy to get squirrely if you're a top team. The fact that even that far ahead, they're playing fundamentals, really, I think, speaks well for what I expect from Toyo in the grand finals, because they're going there for sure, Cameron.
Yeah, and I even though, as we talked to Krafton, who reminded us that, they have this roster is a new roster in terms of its most recent forming late last year, if I recall correctly. These players know each other well enough, but now they're having to re-gel all of that, pull back their memories, pull back their chemistry, and it's like we were saying yesterday, their chemistry is probably one of their greatest strengths. Their fundamentals, their foundation is one of their greatest strengths. And so even though, like I said, they don't necessarily have that like superstar X factor, I'm going to take the game and like turn fate on its head type player, they might not even need that if everyone is playing, if the unit becomes greater than the sum of its individual parts.
Now, Poro, I'm going to ask you this because I think that you've had a chance to coach a few teams. You know a lot of players on more of a personal level. This is a team in Toyo that has brought together players, duos, basically, from different squads that essentially were rivals for a lot of years, competing for those top SA spots. Is it a challenge when you bring a team together that used to be rivals in that context to sort of find a synergy in your experience? Have you ever been around a team like that? It just feels like it would be uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, I think rivalries stay on the field, right? As soon as the game's over, most of the times, even in traditional sports, I think you can find a lot of people are just friends, right? Like you're two people that share an extremely niche interest. So I mean, you can't help but become friends. But I'll tell you one thing that helps chemistry develop really, really quickly is being in first place and having one of your guy with 3 of your players in the top 3 of total kills right now. So
yeah,
that goes a long way to helping things gel quickly.
And it goes a long way towards helping it gel for the grand finals, because you're right. You put that team together and it can be a little, we had a bunch of bad group stages. We're a little stressed about this synergy. And then you have LCQ where like things are going so well. It's got to give you a nice little confidence infusion as it goes forward. So I'm excited to see if that continues with Toyo. Other teams that we saw in that game, we saw that Firefly hold. I think they made some good choices, but Sam Charisma, Cameron, also I think played very well. They held a good spot. They moved really smartly when Toyo and Firefly were distracted. They didn't get caught up and pegging Toyo. They were like, we got to make the move instead of harass. I like the way that Sam Charisma sort of improved over the last couple of days.
Yeah, they're looking good. That game, they never had control of their position, but you're never going to guarantee that. It's I think they did a really good job of sort of getting what they can get. More, I don't know if I would call that a salvage round for them, because they did have 4 up. It wasn't exactly like a Valiate situation from Empire as the contrast in that last round. But at the very least, there are sometimes it's like, listen, we're kind of on the low hill, like low side, both literally and metaphorically. Let's see what we can get. And they thought that they were able to squeeze out a fair number of points from a round that was definitely an uphill climb.
You brought up Valiate. A nice uphill climb reference was good because they were climbing uphill specifically in that match. Poro, Valiate is always alive when everyone else is dead, or dead when everyone else is alive. I'm not fully understanding what's can you teach me the Valiate system, because I'm a little lost.
Look, for time immemorial, Valiate has been he's a solo player. Like he's the I'm gonna make a play guy. I just remember it's like you would hear it in com. I'm gonna make a play. Like he's gonna do his own thing. He's gonna feed information over. He's not gonna try to put the team at risk or whatever. But when it works really, really, really well. When it doesn't work, you get kind of situations like we had this last time. And unfortunately for Empire, they just kind of found themselves in a bad spot against potentially dangerous, and you just gotta throw that one in the wash and reset and go next. But no, I think Valiate is one of the few players that I very much trust to play as an individual and stay alive.
Yeah, not only because he makes the plays, but he's got insane amounts of experience. I mean, Valiate's he was pre-NPL, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Do you remember what Valiate's first event was?
Old Optic Valiate, man.
Put
some respect on his name.
IM, I think. Yeah, no, I don't.
That's Hypox IGL right
Just
there.
trying to understand it. Because it's one of those things, like, he has such big moments, but also, I guess, out of practice, having some fun with the boys. I can't judge that. I love it. Now, I do need to see something out of Dots in this game, lads. This has to be a Dots game. That's where I'm standing. All right, I'm going to turn it over to you, boys. Circle is up. I'm going to go back, and I'm going to cheer aggressively for Dots and Duel in this match. I'm sorry. Is it bad that I said that? No.
No, I'm just we get to see the same circle again, just a little bit more south this time. But hey, Wuju 2's happy. You gotta imagine Firefly is probably pretty happy as well. But this one favoring a little bit more to the south of Los Leones than east, like it did last time, Cam.
Right. Sorry, the only thing that I took away from that is Toffees really, really likes double Ds.
Yeah.
So for Firefly, their position is looking good. It's a very similar start. The difference is, unlike the previous match, they came and dropped at the end of the plane path. So they don't have as much time to loot before other people are going to be potentially joining them. We'll see if that comes to bite them or not, especially because south of Los Leones is pretty not great for loot. We're overlooking Gooners now coming in from Minas Generales. This is a great spot for loot. Good position, close enough to the circle that they could try and fight for one of those earlier spots. It's just rotating around Los Leones. That could slow any of these teams down.
Yeah, that's where the problem is. I mean, there's tons of good places to play in the south and off to the east of Los Leones, but the problem is it's just getting there, right? It's getting there clean because you gotta. There's only a few real paths that are safe in quotation marks to take to get in there, and you just depending on how far away you are from the zone and what time you're arriving, you just don't know who's going to be where. So right now Fireflies, they've got the decision to make about where they want to play this one, and Wuju 2 kind of in the same boat. Tilt Town get to as they're in Los Leones right now, but they can quickly get on out of there and try to go find someplace else if they so choose. But yeah, I mean, everybody else, they're still good ways away. I mean, 55, we're just looking at them. Power Grid, the Certitos, they're making their way down, but they're going to run into Dots here maybe, and Vitamar, Hot and Spicy. I think he might have heard something here.
You should have. I think he just put it to Hot and Spicy.
Oh.
I don't know. This might be a distant.
Oh,
no, he's here.
There we go.
Okay.
He's looking, he's listening. He's got the
really
QC20s on loud right now. It is very dangerous for sure. But fortunately not getting in trouble for it just yet. As you see Ali RV and the minimap, he's arriving, but he's on the bridge, so that's not going to be something that Hot and Spicy can spot out, nor can Bliss, but Dots should be fully aware that they are very much not alone right now.
Yeah, and I believe Certito, that was the team that we saw taking some of those initial shots towards Dots after that team landed. So this could be a chase, but Hot and Spicy's going to peek. Good 4x spray, but it's just missing 1 or 2 extra bullets needed to get that knock. So position now known, now compromised, and Bliss is quite far away. The rest of the team even further. So there is the marginal risk of getting isolated here.
I don't know if Dots really wants this. I'm looking at their their dots on the map, and they were kind of pushing off towards the east before Hot and Spicy took those shots, and now they're kind of starting to make their way back in. I think they were kind of hoping that maybe Hot and Spicy could escape without getting spotted, and unfortunately that's not going to happen, as Ali RV will spot out Hot and Spicy and we'll flush him as well, but we'll get knocked low by Shane Doe. Good eyes on him with the MK. But now Dots looks like they can go back to what they were previously wanting to do, and that's get out of town.
Yeah, I wonder if the timing of Hot and Spicy joining up with the rest of the squad was just unlucky with the arrival of Certito, because I'm with you. I think that this might have been a bit of miscommunication, or perhaps arguing over what they should do in this situation, because I think from the beginning, Dots should have done this earlier on, just hopefully, preferably with Hot and Spicy in the backseat of one of these vehicles, because this isn't even in the zone. They had a really good trajectory coming in along that south coastline, but with the rotation timer as it is right now, as far away as they are right now, it's likely they're going to be beat to one of their prioritized positions, whether it's by Firefly, Tilt Town, who are already in the zone, or even Toyo or Empire.
But yeah, I mean, remember, like we said, there's still a lot of decent places to play south of Los Leones, but it's just gonna matter who they run into. And it looks like Toyo, a little bit of a 2-2 duel, gonna be running right by Certito, and they have Lynxy knocked low. Wooly actually gonna pull right in. He wants all of the smoke. I don't know if he knows where exactly they are. He's got Varus all by himself, and no, Wooly, not like this. Lynxy gets taken down, Wooly gets taken down, and the rest of Duel, they just keep on driving.
Classic why are they there moment of PUBG Battlegrounds, ladies and gentlemen. Like, I know it kind of looked, Wooly for a moment looked like a bit like a chicken with his head cut off. But
yeah, it might have been a little miscomms there.
Miscomms or just surprise and shock. And you hear shots one way, shots another way, a team that you're not even expecting to be camping that rotation at that time. And that's kind of a butterfly effect of the Dots situation stalling Certitos. Al, it's one of the chaotic moments of early game PUBG that you just can't accurately read everything no matter how much study and research you do.
You know what? I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna give Certito credit. I'm gonna say they shot the tires out on Wooly's car, and that's what forced him
to kind of pull.
Yeah. Okay, Pippa. There you go. You said Benya who? Oh, fine. I can get this spray as well. I can get kills. Can't flush them, but I could get at least the initial knock. Shane Doe. We'll try to get a little bit closer. It looks like they might be just leaving Joshy at this point. That might be the best play that they can hope for at this point, is Pippa just running through all his ammo.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure, I'm confident that Joshy is going to bleed out. I think Pippa's going to get the kill regardless. Shendo has to stop, vehicle up in flames. About 10 HP left. One more bullet is all that's needed. It's going to be Emmy that grabs that. Got a long journey by Dots, and Toyo are just waiting with open arms.
This is confidence. This is what happens when you got 88 points and you have started off the last chance qualifier so hot. I mean, Toyo, they're just, I mean, you saw Emmy or Pippa just burned through about 200 rounds of ammo just to blow up the car here for Dots. So Bliss still alive, so Dots still in it, and we saw Valley got a lot of placement points for Empire last time, so maybe Bliss can do the same here for Dots.
Could, but I think following Zero's run from Tilt Town is more likely when you're down to a solo this early. Having a bike is not a bad play being a solo. Very, very quiet of a vehicle. Probably the best tool to have as an individual solo salvage player when the name of the game is not to try and fight for positioning. It's to just chase the circle without getting spotted or heard.
This just reminds me when I was a kid, I always wanted a mongoose, like a BMX bike. Those things were sick, bro. Loved it.
But imagine pedaling uphill like that.
18 gears, man. It doesn't matter how far uphill it is. I never understood how bikes worked, how low gears work, where I'm pumping the hell out of my legs and I'm still going uphill, but it's really, really slow. I was like, this doesn't make any sense. Why? Why, God? Well, Gooners and Empire now in a little bit of a scrapple up here at the top of the hill, but Bunt just loves him some crate weapons, as he is now traded in that M60 from game 1 for an ALM this time around. Both equally terrifying.
Right. Backing away from that fight, though, maybe to try and get some even higher ground with Icy Flex, or perhaps pulling back and having a more northern 2-2 with the arrival of Empire, keeping them from pushing further forward than they would have liked. Calling out Gooners being more tactical? Tactical? I don't know. Listen, but like slower to play for the Gooners. It is something that they have been including more in their game this weekend, if not today alone, compared to the previous weekend. And with the shift like this,
now that is a hard shift.
They could bump to the west a touch, but I wouldn't recommend Gooners move too much unless they really want to go for those warehouses to the southwest of Los Leones, which does seem to be the play.
Yeah, they can get out of Los Leones now, which I think is definitely the play. They've got places, a lot of real estate actually just to the west of Los Leones that's free. As 55 trying to do another 2-2 split. This time they put their chips in this 2-2 and it pays off, unlike in game 1, which they still did. They did okay in game 1. They managed to get a couple of they I guess won the fight. But ended up losing the war as they got third-partied by Outlaws. Right. But it was a step in the right direction for 55. So we'll see if they can do something here with this central circle position.
Yeah, here's hoping. Fireflies now, they're also trying to move out, or what?
Yeah.
What? They staying around? What's going on?
I guess. Why not?
I guess. I mean, look at the map.
It's a great spot.
Yeah, I mean, look at the map. That's actually a nice 2-2 that they found themselves on the east side. You want to avoid moving as much as you can, if at all possible. Wuju 2 taking a lot of damage, at least to their vehicles. That was maybe 1 or 2 tires pop that could have just happened there. And now Fana, he is clenching tight with this, knowing he's the last member of the team to pass. Takes the beach route. That's not just smart, for the better view, but it's to use that terrain to block the lines of sight. But look at Bliss. Bliss is around here, and he is holding tight, holding his breath, trying not to make a single sound.
Yeah, Bliss just gonna listen to mom and dad arguing in the other room, playing Xbox. Alaucha once again for Razav, gonna be the glider mans. They are on the far, far northeastern edge of this zone, but they've got lots of places to play. Bliss will not still go quietly into that good night. He said, "Mom, stop fighting." And he will find Sam Crow. And at least end that one. Is Lopez still there? This is really tough for Lopez, though. You can't stick around for that. And Bliss, go ahead and reposition. Don't burn all your utility on this, my friend. Yeah,
really smart for Lopez to get behind that wall, not just to find a new angle after getting spotted on the corner of the building, but if he were to get knocked from that position while the rest of the team was rolling up, there'd be no chance for a flush, where the same couldn't be said around the corner of that wall. Now that the rest of the team is here, he was still holding anchor, but DNL and Nick pushing forward, trying to clear this area out. Bliss has been backing away, though. He's just playing chaos style, which is what you want to do when you're in a solo situation, hoping to get one more final kill before likely getting traded out or just left alone. This is on the edge of the zone, and we have about 30 seconds until phase 3 happens. So if a hard shift does occur, it's likely that he would just be avoided.
Man down. Laucha, he tried to fly a little bit too close to the sun, and Outlaws take him down. So The eyes in the sky no longer available for Rezad, as they will play the south side of Los Leones. So 57 alive, 16 teams still in it, all things considered, although we are definitely down in another hard shift, this time going all the way down to the south. So the city is out, and all these teams up to the north are going to start having to make some decisions. Resort completely empty, and I think Fireflies knows it.
Yeah, everyone's leaving the city to go to their big resort on vacation. Curry lining up. Potential shot onto Bunt. Maybe calling a teammate in. No, going for the shots. Now getting a great knock. And I don't think there's a possibility for Simply Matt to get the revive. Bunt might have to drop off. If you can even do that. I'm not quite sure.
We'll see what Simply Matt decides. We'll keep an eye on the kill feed here as we see and everybody trying to make their way in forever. They are going to go ahead and I guess we'll say they backfill half of the 2-2 split from Fireflies. Oh no, that's not where you want to end up. Or maybe it is. Slabby goes down, but It's will finish him off. Good head on a swivel there for It's. And now raise that down to 2. As potentially dangerous should get their man back on his feet, but Outlaws all looking over in this direction. It is going to be very, very tough for them to get on the move once again, once they get him back up.
I'm not surprised that Slabby was confused with the arrival of that bike, because other teammates were approaching from the north. Like that enemy bike just sort of swerved in their into their line of vehicles. Kind of reminds me of that Far Side comic of the polar bear with the penguin mask on. But
it's like maybe like 2 people in chat.
Yeah,
at this point,
that's for them.
I'm one of them, man. Whoa, come. Okay, you're good. Good, you got this. As they, I'm actually kind of surprised Outlaws didn't stick around. They had a beautiful spread covering the north side to take potentially dangerous, but they end up moving, and now they stop down as they've heard PD come in again. As forever, they're just kind of running around inside their compound, getting peppered from range. And Wuju 2 keeping eyes on the southern road, a long 2-2 split for them. It actually pays off as they get Kalinex.
Yeah, Zvire's run has just been a big disappointment, I think.
Oh, no.
They were on that bubble or close enough to it, but they just haven't been able to make things work. Such good players, especially in Cloud Zera, but it's just not enough so far this weekend. But now Bliss, we're still seeing this solo player. Doesn't seem... Well, Trimble might actually know something, calling the rest of the troops. Looking to clear this, might have seen something out of place.
It seems like they know what's up. They know somebody's in here, and... Fortunately for Bliss, he's got the bullet hose. He'll take the shots at the first guy, finds the second guy, just keep on spraying. Send the Molotov down, try to slow things down. Maybe should have opened that door beforehand, but good work from Bliss. As he is down to about half HP, he'll be able to heal back up, but it looks like Tiltown will get the res, and they'll be able to turn things around here. Bliss, all he's really doing at this point is just trying to slow things down, and here come the grenades. Yeah, oh, nicely done, Doobie. Well cooked.
Yeah, such a key meta spot when in fights like that to retreat to the bathroom. So, not unsurprising that Tiltown just like, well, I know what to do now. Walk out, grenade that spot, good cook. But now Gooner's in a fight with Duel. Greg shot taken very low, but man advantage for the Gooners. There is... Who's that player lurking around on the other side of that building? K-Mine goes down to a Molotov, so that is going to be Duel getting eliminated in 5th place.
Bun just out here burning people alive today. He's got 2 with Molotovs to start things off in 2 games. That's not crazy, but it's crazy that it's happened in 2 games in a row at least. As Bunt is feeling himself today. Well, Gooners have themselves a nice compound, as now Fireflies, they had to leave the resort, and they're going to lose Kane in the process. It looks like to potentially dangerous, but look at the damage PD took just getting here. And 55 has angles on this, it looks like, but it looks like they'll be able to stop down long enough to at least heal up.
Bumping all the way from that north position into this area just outside of resort. Long pathway for potentially dangerous. But just how weird and wild that field is in the center of the zone. They kind of had to take this position. You don't want to be out crawling around in the cornfields, not this early.
No, that field is awful. You feel like it's going to come into play here eventually, and probably pretty soon. And Toyo actually in the best possible position if that does end up happening. So we'll see how it goes. On the south coast, though, 4 teams all fighting for a very small piece of land here. Tilt Town going to lose 2. Doobie, the last one up. As Certito, they've still got 2. That grenade going to fall a little bit long. Utility just not dropping where it needs to. Zvire, it looks like, is down to 1 as well. You can see Wushu 2 off in the distance just from range taking shots at this. I want to get too terribly involved in Gooners. Looks like they might be sniffing around over here as well.
Yeah, I mean, whoever wins this fight doesn't really matter too much because they're going to have to run into the waiting arms of the Gooners once again. This is quite reminiscent of Gooners' high ground position, the previous map. Not quite as dominant yet, but I mean, Spire have a rough uphill climb as well. Running out of smoke space, Farvera is going forward, but the blue, you cannot play around in this anymore. You just have to push forward. The revive onto NCLS and Varus. 2 still up, and the pullover of the teammate Robert. This is gonna be brutal. Spire, the timing is not on their side here.
No, it isn't. They're in a lot of trouble. And Rebo with the backpack will push. He's going to get the opening knock on NCLS. Finds Varus as well. Robert's down as well as Ali RV, the last player alive. But Zvire eating so much blue zone damage. And Tilt Town behind him. Doobie might be actually taking shots at this as well. And Certito will get eliminated. But Zvire, they got to get on the move, man.
Those Dare packs, they came in clutch there.
Doobie
They're starting to go down
him.
now. Yeah, they do get eliminated.
The solo player just sits around in the blue and manages to steal him away before eventually going down himself. Suicide Doobie. Gets a couple of more points there for Tilt Town. As Gooners, they were ready and waiting
to fight.
They're ready to squap. And Wushu 2 are in a little bit of trouble as I believe they are now down to just the 1 player. Isoflex making sure he secures those kills. Definitely want to do that, especially in this spot when you know so many people are looking over in this direction.
Yeah, exactly. Good job. Not just to get the points, but also take out that information source for Fakes. And now he is corralled into that same position on the top. A great grenade to take Fakes in out. Wuju to get eliminated. Solid hold by Gooners. They're looking for the back-to-back. They've lost Bunt and likely that with it, but they seem to be on fire. Something has lit a fire under them since last weekend.
Don't like losing raid boss Bunt, but the 3 that they still have up are very capable. As it looked like Fireflies was starting to creep over in this direction. They managed to get Kane back on his feet, so they're back up to full strength. And they were starting to head over here, but then I think they realized that there's 2 teams leaving Resort behind them. So they probably should pay attention to that first. And that is definitely what they should be doing. Meanwhile, on the north side, northwest side, you see Rezav, a little bit of trouble. Balada just waiting for the eventual push, either from Toyo or from 9-1. Outlaws, the last player alive.
Rush across the street. Vulnerable position right now is Capitan. If 9-1 peeks up and over, could get a good couple of kills here, but they're looking for the finish onto Rezav. Piece of utility dropped on down, but that blue zone seems to have missed with the swing around the side. There it is. 9-1 does get a knock onto Emmy, but now with Rezav taken care of, they can just focus that direction. Emmy should be able to get revived here unless 9-1 just beelines for the finish.
Trying to find something, and 9-1. Oh, good shots, Capitan. The smallest of margins in that back window, and Capitan hits those. That's nuts. Okay, Toyo still feeling themselves after yesterday. They're up to 97 points, 7 kills in this game alone. Gooners, though, they're up to 6, and they have control over the south side, especially if they can finish taking care of Fireflies here, who have managed to string together another game, but this time not finding as many kill points to go along. They only have 1 so far, and kind of left it to the very end to make their way in.
Yeah, and then they got to move out of Resort into the crossfire, potentially dangerous, and Gooners. Slabby gets a knock onto Yappa. Another grenade by It's prepped for the approach of Andrew. Grenades miss. Andrew has an opportunity to heal on up, and the circle is okay. It's decent, but it is going to be in that field that we talked about earlier on. Great grenade, follow-up grenade finally by Slabby. Andrew goes down, but as you can see with its angle, constantly looking back towards the north, there's always going to be the threat of 55 pushing on this.
This is what I was waiting for. 55 finally starting to come alive here a little bit. They had this high ground. They had 2 watching the north, keeping eyes on Toyo. They had 2 come around down to the south. The problem is I don't know if they were watching Toyo or if they were just kind of holding their line. They're going to lose Trisk for their trouble, but they've got PD backed up against the wall. Fireflies down to just Frost, and Gooners, they would love to get a piece of some of this action. Frost trying to go for the res inside the smoke, but the grenades are coming from Icy Flex, and actually it's just flashbangs. That blue zone might be enough to do it, though. It's going to be enough to get one down as Frost has to get on the move once again.
Yeah.
We'll throw the smoke, try to recycle things, try to slow things down yet again. That's potentially dangerous.
Oh!
I think they're still there. Okay, Frost will find Icy Flex, but immediately gets traded out by Simply. And now potentially dangerous, and 55 are scrapping, but PD wipes them so quickly.
And while all that's been happening, Toyo, after clearing all of their northern space we saw in the fight with Outlaws and Rezav, they are just sitting pretty, and they are looking to win themselves another chicken dinner. It's not done yet, but that's such a strong position. And with Gooners and potentially Dangerous, both with the reses, but still maxed out at 3, looking to fight each other first before they even have their attention pulled towards Toyo. A really big advantage for the northern team. But right now, Theros has to try and stay alive. Bulls are just asking to get grenaded. Wants to get the revive onto its.
There you go, GG. We'll find Theros through the smoke. All down to just 1. Oh my goodness, Greg shot 12 kills now for Gooners. They came into today in 9th place overall. In 2 games, they have shot up to 2nd. And now it is a 4v3 for the win. Toyo could get yet another one if they can just find the angles here. They have complete control over the zone right now. It is going to be really tough for Gooners to come out of this one, but if they can catch Toyo slipping, get him a bunch of 1v1s. Oh, Capitan's going to win that one though.
Yeah, Benya's now approaching to follow on up. Greg Shot pushing forward to try and at least secure that kill because they want the points. And Benya found an opening, found a window to get behind some cover. Could catch Gooners off guard. Shots on a Greg Shot, dropped low. But hey, what is it? The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. They got Capitan out. They might have lost Simply Matt in the meantime, but they just keep roaming around and not
good shots
getting
at me.
shot. Oh man, I'm trying to find something for Gooners, but just the stranglehold that Toyo has on this field is
I think they spotted
making it
Benya.
very
That's
difficult to
actually
find a silver lining.
That's actually huge. Benya almost had him dead to rights, but good eyes on Icy Flex. Spot him out. They're going to try to catch him out, and if they can, that would be really, really big because that would turn things into a 2v2. But oh no, Benya, the spray. He's going to find 1. He's going to find 2 as Benya's reign of terror continues, and that is another win for Toyo.
Were they mortaring at the end for good measure?
I think they were.
Or celebratory celebration fireworks. Either way, Toyo coming out with another chicken dinner. Here's the hot take. I think at this point they're qualified for grand finals.
I think you might be right. You might be right. Well, I mean, look, this Toyo's a team that we've always kind of had eyes on, and now, of course, this is a new roster. But these are all guys that we've known very well and know how capable they are. Benya, you said it, game 1. This is one of your top players in Latin America right now, and he is proving that he is very, very worthy of that honor here so far here today. 2 games in, Toyo with another win as we get ready to leave Miramar and head over to our middle maps. But before we do, Cameron, what do we got to do?
We got highlights. Gonna check those out, and we will see you in a quick minute or 2.
Or 2, maybe 3.
another game in the books as Toyo takes a big win and helps to finish the Gooners there at the end of the match. Now, I do think Cameron's on to something that the Gooners are probably going to go all the way here and make it to the grand finals, which is scary, Poro, because if the Gooners don't have to worry about qualifying, I feel like the Gooners are just going to spend the entire rest of the day, well, gooning, like just ruining people, right? As being goons.
Yeah, that's what that means.
Cameron, you take it. I can't. With
Okay, yeah, no. But listen. I don't know if I buy...
Drink your water. You know what you did.
I didn't.
I don't know if I buy in to the meme or not, but if Gooners did join this event specifically to just troll the top teams, well, the top teams are all in the grand finals already. They got to get there first if they want to continue that mission. So maybe possibly that. Honestly, knowing these guys, I would not put it past them.
I feel like that's something somebody says whenever they don't feel like they're going to do very well, and they just do it to cover, like, haha, I wasn't even trying. You know,
I was only trolling, jokes on you.
Yeah, like anytime I got beat by my little brother at Madden, you know, like, oh, yeah, you won. Yeah, I wasn't even trying. Like, I was goofing around, man. We're just goofing, silly stuff. Anyway, they're trying today.
I was just going to let him sit in it. I like how we both like, yeah, you keep going, big dog. All right, so Toyo comes out with 21. Gooners at 19. Very, very nice. Potentially dangerous. 2 good games. Firefly on the crime. And then I will say this. It's nice to see signs of life from 55 Esports, Cameron.
Yeah.
Yesterday, they've been grossly disappointing.
I mean, on one hand, yes. On the other hand, it's only 6 points. Like, this is not exactly a game that's going to put them into the mix. We'll see what the overall highlights... Well, actually, we'll see what the overall highlights are. No, yeah, still 11th place.
Agree, but also regional partner team, right? Like, I give you less leniency in that situation. I expect.
Yeah, I'm not. I didn't think I was being lenient at all. I'm saying 6 points really isn't all that much. I mean, it's better than before.
I see what you're saying.
But
yes.
Yeah, still no, exactly. As a regional partner team, and even partner team or not, this roster I would have expected better of them. We saw better things from them last year. They had some amazing individual days in multiple group stages and last chance qualifiers. I don't know why they aren't able to discover that even for just one day out of the 4 that they've had so far.
All right. In a second, we're going to take a quick break so you guys can get a breather. Then we'll head into game 3. I'm going to say this, though. Duel got no points yet again. And I think all of us, including you guys watching, can agree we were excited about Duel. I love the guys on the team. I want to see them do well. So we are not going to talk about Duel for the next 2 games and see if that fixes the problem. Duel is dead to us. Let's see if they can get through now. All right, don't go anywhere. We're back in just a couple of minutes with game number 3. Love you.
Haven't talked about them the last 2 games either.
No, I said I want to see Duel and Dots, and they both died first. Oh, guess what? No break. Bite me. We're going to stick around. Yeah. Keep your Kit Kats. Keep your Kit Kats, boys. No, I said Dots. Remember Cameron made fun of the double D thing, and
he did say Duel, but fair. Yeah.
But that's it. They're off. I was going to use the break to clean the air, but now we're here. So let's talk more about interesting things. Cameron?
You're just going to... Great hosting. Just dropping that question in my lap right now. So I'm
You're doing great, Cam.
Right now. What do we talk about? 75 points, potentially dangerous. Okay, so we have 4 games left now, right? 8th place is 41 points. Dots currently holding on to that position. Forever in 9th place with 39 points. I'm thinking that the cutoff is going to be around 60, maybe the lower 60 end. But if Toyo keep doing like they're doing and they start to sponge more, do we think it's going to drop perhaps below 60 into the upper 50s?
I don't know, man.
I mean, go ahead, Poro. What do you think?
No, I was gonna say I think 60's reasonable. I mean, 20 points above. I mean, seventh and 8th right now are at 41. It's not like Empire. They've been dropping a little bit because they haven't really had the best Miramar. Dots doing okay, but yeah, I mean, I could see 20 points beyond that being within reach. But again, you still got a lot of teams that are on that right side of the leaderboard that still have a shot at this. All it takes is that one big game, man. That's all it takes.
Right. So, Toffees, before you go, I do want to get your thoughts on this as well as we watch this abysmal plane path on the southwest of Tega, right? So we talk about sponges of 1 team or 2 teams taking up so many points it makes it harder for the rest to share. The opposite is also a thing of teams at the bottom that get so few points, it makes it more available for the middle section and above. Do we think Sortito with 18 and Duel with 14 are in that category? Also, what do we call it? What's the opposite of a sponge?
Well, that they suck, I think is the answer to that. I'm only going to talk about the 15th place team, Sortito, because as far as I'm concerned, for 2 games, the 16th place team does not exist. That said, I do think that's the part of the problem, and that's why I think the cutoff might be even a little more dismal than you think. I think like 49 to 53 is very much a reality because these bottom teams have been just so consistently bleh, and the top teams are so consistently good. I mean, the fact that Gooners is up there sponging now, it just makes it, I think, really tough for some of these teams to find their big game, because that's what we're looking at is 55 has not been consistent on their placement. Razav has been super inconsistent on their kills forever, maybe averages 3 per game. Firefly, yes, they woke up, but then, can they keep that going once we're off Miramar? And I think, like, you would have to have 4 or 5 of these teams really put up decent, consistent numbers for us to get that cutoff into the 60s. I think there's a chance that we just keep seeing points run to the north side of the board, that the bad teams continue to be the bad teams, and that the cutoff is woefully low. But that's, it's only game 3-ish.
Right?
I guess 3 plus 6. Counting on my fingers. 7, 8, 9.
Yeah,
game 9.
You've been doing this for how many years?
It doesn't mean I've been doing math for this many years. I've been ignoring math.
Math is a critical part of PUBG. Tracking points.
Yeah.
Look, that's 1.
Oh, listen, I'm raising a
now.
10-year-old who's in the 99th percentile of math skills for the state. Okay, and is looking on track. He's on his track to go to MIT. My point is, I get constant harassment in my own house for being bad at math. I don't need it from you. Every day he rolls his eyes. Seriously, Dad. All right, see you later.
Anyway, Theros is a bush Wookiee for the time being. They did lose a teammate, but it could have been a lot worse. As Sam Carismo getting taking them by surprise just a little bit. Theros. Oh, there's another team coming there, another car load coming that direction, but well, not a great way to start things off if you're potentially dangerous, but they're sitting pretty.
Yeah. Here, I did want to ask Steve another thing. As we saw the map with the river cut in between circle number 1, whether I wanted to see whether he thinks it's going to go north or south. So I tagged him in chat. We'll see what he says. But yeah, wow. Yeah, DNL is continuing. Are they chasing for Theros, or is this just the unluckiest loot timing for this individual player?
I'm assuming that they saw a second parachute. There you go, north. I'm assuming they saw a second parachute and they just don't know where he is, but they also don't really particularly feel like hanging around forever and checking every bush, because they've got a long way to go to get inside the zone. So if they were going to be able to find him, great. If they can't, great. They've already got a point off of this. Let's move on.
Ooh, okay, Empire now rolling up. They actually crossed the river over to the north. I thought they're going to roll up, maybe take this fight against Wuju too, because Empire need to get something started. Michael has been having some really good individual moments, winning some great 1v1s. This is not one of them, unfortunately.
Just absolutely blazed. And I mean, this is what sucks for Empire is like when they're taking a loss early on, it's like it's a loss that you just have no chance of getting back. Right? Yeah. Like there's no trades happening. It's just bad timing, like unfortunate timing. So
yeah.
We'll see what they can do with 3.
And Michael didn't even do anything wrong there. He's properly scouting this compound out, rolled up to the rock, said, hey, what's over there? And then just gets double headshot by Fakeson.
Just a hell of a spray by Fake.
Yeah, like it's one of those moments that it's like, well, I guess I should have peaked even smaller. Yeah, it's one of those. Michael didn't even do anything wrong, but when you're in a team like Empire on the leaderboard where it's just been a struggle, like they're in the top 8, but currently in 7th place at 41 points. Nothing has really been under their control. Like it's rough.
Okay, here we go.
All right, Toffees, what is he?
There you go.
What is he drawing?
Toffees is bored right now because he doesn't have analysts to talk to, so he's gonna draw in our little map here and let us know where he thinks the rotations are gonna come in. And you know what? I agree with him. I think you're gonna see a couple of these teams cut hard off to the north. Now Dot's already up there on the north side of that north island. Now he is putting all his chips into thinking that this thing is going to continue to cut north. What do you think, Cam? You think south? I'll tell you what. I think it's not gonna make a decision until C3. I think C2 it'll still be questionable.
Dude, yeah, the circles, not even just on Erangel, but all of the maps, certainly today, are really, really liking water. I've been told it's a conspiracy theory, and I'm seeing things, but circles like the amount of times that we've seen circles that have no prominent water in the zone, like into phase 3, has been very, very low, and that looks to be still the case here. Good on 55 to pull away from this and keep Trisk alive. Martin landing some good initial shots, unable to get that knock as Zero goes down in the kill feed elsewhere on the map. That's actually a fight across the river. So a res should be on the cards, but I do worry for the tires.
Yeah, this is rough. This is really rough for both Tiltown and 55, because both of them were trying to scout out how they're going to get across to the north side, and it is just all doors closed right now. Duel doing a good job of holding the north side of that western bridge. Razab, meanwhile, I mean, 55 couldn't even get to the point where they wanted to scout the bridge. They camped the scouting grounds. So yeah, really heads up play from Razab. Now, that being said, there's still a lot of time, and there's still a lot of bridges to get, a lot of different ways to get across this river. So if Tiltown can get away from that coastline, then they should be okay. But there's still a few more teams to the south. As we see Sortito, they're scouting out. It looks like they spotted out the retreating 55. But will they see Sam Carismo behind him? Looks like Varus will.
Oh, yeah. Should be hearing those vehicles, even as faint as they might be. Not going to open up fire. Okay, well, some member of Sortito's is, but at that distance, going for some shots. It's more so pushing Sam Carismo away, less about trying to actually get a knock or not. Though it's nice to get them. But, okay, NCLS is actually committing quite hard to this. That spin out of the pony does make them look a bit tastier. The damage isn't looking to be particularly threatening yet.
Yeah, NCLS got reminded that this lobby has shooters on all sides. But fortunately for him, he was able to keep up as the tire will go down. But they'll keep moving. They're all right. But now they're going to be pushing right into fishing camp where Tilt Town is looks like 55 or Sortito. I'm not sure who got closer to who. I think Sortito maybe got a little closer to 55, and 55 actually decided that they don't want to take that in the open. They're just going to retreat to their hard cover.
Oh,
look at
Zero
this.
Goes down again, and Sam Carismo, their clown car to try and go for a kill. Enough damage pops one of them out. This is a scrappy fight. They're getting up on the high ground, and they're going to be in line of sight of Duel and Wuju too, depending on where they want to take this engagement.
Guys, where are you wanting to fight this from? Are you just driving by to flush the kill? Okay, sure. I'll take that. But yeah, I mean, they're just kind of putting themselves in between Tilt Town and the next bridge, really. So Tilt Town just getting bullied around this coastline by Duel, by Razab, and now by Sam Carismo. As forever, they've spotted out dots, or, well, at least Scooby has spotted out dots, and the Shotgun Rider decides to take the shots, and they're going to take out Wheels. That might be a good grenade if he can land it.
I mean, it looked like it was on the right trajectory, but likely the shots forcing that grenade to go a bit different direction as he suddenly wanted to save his own life. And dots are going to be able to get their teammate picked up, leaving the vehicle behind, I imagine, after those tires being popped. And there is a fight happening out in the blue, potentially dangerous, running into Outlaws. And well, both of them are going to be wounded, but potentially dangerous, significantly more so. Surprising turn of events for our second place leader in the lobby right now, but at the same time, it doesn't affect them too much because they're in such a strong, confident position. But still, Outlaws, we didn't see how this fight started, but really good number of kills that they got because, well, compared to potentially dangerous, they need them a lot more. Phase 2 comes in, going towards Palace. Yeah, Toffees, try that one again.
I told you. What did I say? It's not going to commit either way. Not until circle 3. Okay. Yeah.
The wackiest circle ever. Love you, Toffees.
Nice. But yeah, no, I mean, it didn't commit fully. Now it does look like it is going to cut north on the next one, right? As Greg Shot is knocked, but should be. Yeah, there you go. He's getting revived right now, but they're able to hold Toyo off, and that's the battle won, really, as Gunners have a nice little compound to play around here, especially if that next circle does shift fully to the north. South side is still going to be interesting. Is Bunt now going to go down? Toyo just not giving up on this fight. They're just taking shots everywhere. And I'm not even, do they know that Fireflies is so close? They do now. Shots getting traded between the two.
Let me look in that direction. But this northern spot, as you mentioned, not just Gunner's position, but even this entire hillside, could actually be very, very powerful because unless this next circle hard shifts to the south, the phase 4 shift away from water is going to put this position in play in potentially a really dominant fashion as well. So we could see another game for Gunner specifically where they're in a nice spot to try and farm the lobby once again. On the south of the river, however, where Razev are currently running around, rotating around, it's a bit more dire. It's a bit more alarm bells ringing, especially for 55, as you can see in the distance. They have to get into the zone, much less make a decision on how they're going to cross in the likely scenario of the circle going north.
Tiltown was getting bullied around so much on that beach that they eventually just called in an e-pickup. They're at least, I guess, fortunate to find it, but you can see Razev is looking over in that direction. Fisher especially, and there you go. He's going to see him take off in the air. We'll see where they decide to go. And meanwhile, the other e-pickup is going to be Forever, and they're going to land in the middle of Palace, right on top of Sam Carismo. And Sam Carismo was ready for it. Pandorito is going to go down. Now, where is everybody else? And you can see, oh no, Tiltown coming as well. Let's make it a three-way party here in the Palace.
At least Tiltown are going towards the east, but that's going to put them in potentially a great position to third party this fight, whereas Sam Carismo and Forever, they are locked into this engagement.
2 alms on Sam Carismo right now. Why are they playing inside Palace, man? Get on a hillside, do something. This is not where you want to be with 2 alms.
What do you mean? It's the best shotgun in the game.
Fair enough. All right. Well, Sam Carismo will spot out Forever, just at least they make their way past the windows. No wall banging happening here. Man. And somehow, some way, these 3 teams are all sharing the same small little bit of real estate here for the time being.
Well, it could be important. Again, with that shift away from water that we expect on phase 4, Palace is going to be a nice little place of safety, and whoever controls the northern exit, I think, is going to be the winner of that engagement later on in the game. 55, they were able to make their way across the bridge. They had to leave out to the blue a little bit, but it's still early enough that it doesn't do that much damage. Where did the next circle go? I'm going to spoil it for you. It's a hard shift northeast. So it's basically making the decision to the north before it even has to. So Palace is good. Zavira looking to be in a great spot. 55 now. They got to keep running through.
Yeah, 55, credit to him for taking the low bridge on that one and avoiding the dual camp. Dual committed to that for pretty much the entirety of these first couple of circles. And unfortunately, nothing paid off for them. And now they got to make their way into the zone, and they're going right in between Dots and Wuzhu 2. A-Mind a little bit farther behind the rest of them. As you see, potentially dangerous will get finished off out in the blue. Remember, that was some fights that happened pretty early on for PD. I think they'll shake that one off and chalk it up to the game. Charge it to the game. Go next. As Sam Carismo will find a nice shot there from was that Nick or was that DNL? I guess it was DNL.
I thought it was Nick,
but... Scooby maybe.
I mean, hey, good crossfire between the squad regardless, and even now it's some attention coming in from that South River as Razev. They want to push across, but they seem to be deterred and pulling away. If they don't go across this bridge now, I don't foresee how they're going to be able to do it, but they might be sticking around anyway. There's still just so much attention here at Palace. A nice shot by Lopez. Takes Slump down. Should be able to get revived. Has to crawl over to his teammate. Doesn't want to do any work himself, but hey, don't get knocked, I guess.
Yo, we heard you liked 3 teams in your Palace. So we put 2 more teams on the edge of your Palace. Sertito and Razev starting to look over in that direction. Sertito has been kept at bay for the time being. Now Razev is going to pull up, but Forever trying to hold the line here against Sam Carismo. The alms, the double alms, not very helpful when you're getting crashed on, and Lopez will find Scooby.
Yeah, but watch
Nubsky looks like he's dipped already, yeah.
Ooh, DNL. Again, I'm looking at 55. Watch over this fight. This fight has been happening, has been taking quite a long while. Getting inside, I think, is important for Sam Carismo, even if they don't know it. Gunner's also looking down this way. That could be stalling out the third party by 55. Again, just keep your eyes on the minimap and see what happens there before ever. Pulling away from this building. Very rough exchange of fight and futility.
Nubsky and Slump, they're seeing ghosts, man. They're shooting at everything. Here's DNL. Will find him as he runs out of the window. Slump will go down and get flushed. So Sam Crismo doing a damn good job of clearing out Palace. Nubsky, the last one alive, and he is just hiding in the rocks as Dots have now arrived on the east side of Palace. He's still got Sortito. It looks like they've managed to escape for the most part. Robert, the last one left alive. Rezav on the coastline. 55, they've now decided to enter in. New circle pops. Palace is still in it, but not all of it.
No, and this fight to the north, this could be a fight potentially for the win, just looking at how the terrain is going to be happening, but Firefly have to back away from that. 55, they did send it into Palace. They crashed on in, added another team into the mix. But this isn't even a space of safety. Everyone's just getting blown up and torn to shreds on their approach through. Dots are here, Tilt Town are here, 55, well, they're trying to exist, but they're just, they're limping now.
I mean, 55, they had the high ground, they had the edge of Palace that they could have worked around, but instead they decided to try to go into Palace proper, and they end up paying a price for it. Now they've still got 2 alive and they still got a good position, but Dots kind of starting to spread out here as Nubsy will get spotted out. That's going to be it for them, and 55 just immediately dispatched by Tilt Town and Dots combined. Wuju 2 meanwhile sending it towards the center of the zone, and they find Wooly in the process. Actually, Gooners find Wooly in the process, so that actually opened up a little bit of a spot for them to play. So Wuju 2, the middle of this circle is not great, but it's something.
I mean, it's something, but I'm looking at all of these individual players buzzing around, especially this east side, how open the whole thing is. There are a couple of nice little hills to utilize, but you need to have a wide spread of a team to hold the entire thing. Rybo gets a kill into Lauka. Going for a second as another player buzzes on by. Zvire, this is the time that they need to start to get activated. They're currently in 13th place, 29 points. If they want to try and fight their way into the top 8, they need to start doing that here.
That was some kind of like pretty high level miscomm there by Zvire, though. They had one guy knocked. They managed to get a knock, but all of the rest of them all turned their heads to try to shoot the guy in the car, Baleda, and they didn't get the flush on their knock, so their point got stolen away from them. So Zvire, despite the fact that they're finding some success here in this part of the game, 4 alive with kind of complete control over the northeast, they're still just making these small little mistakes that if they would have just gotten those points, that could have been made a huge difference later on.
Vero, eyes on Outlaws. Man, like, I have personal tension in this fight. Like, I was banking on Zvire trying to make it to the grand final. I thought it was such a sure thing. And so to see them struggle this weekend has been very confusing, to say the least. But Dots, hot and spicy, also on a chase of their own to get more confident, more comfortable in the top 8. All of these angles held on 9-1. That's I don't see that player making it into the zone, joining up with Gump and the rest of the teammates.
Yeah, it's really tough. 9-1 just gonna survive behind a tree for the time being, and unfortunately the circle's not gonna do him any favors, as Zvire had eyes on him, Dots have eyes on him. The only thing they got maybe going for him is that Dots are gonna have to turn all their attention back towards Palace and try to clean out whatever's coming out. But so many teams just on this western edge and coming out of Palace. I mean, Empire, Gooners, Toyo, Fireflies, all trying to make their way in. It looks like Fireflies, they're going to be the first ones to send it to the north side. We'll see them get involved with Zvire, but Sam Crismo has been doing a really good job so far here in Palace.
Yeah.
Seen with 7 kills already. Let's see if they can fight their way out.
They're going to have to fight a lot in order to break their way through. In fact, I think their best position will be where Sam Crow is running up towards the north. The problem is, I mean, yeah, sure, Empire have driven through that position, but Gooners are also going to be waiting there. But, I mean, this circle, it suddenly took a turn for the worse. There is really no singular position of control.
Terrible.
It's one big giant dip in the center. Ferravero rolling on up, still trying to deal some more damage to Outlaws. Smoking his backside. Pulls up the 3X, goes for the spray.
9-1 managed to stay alive for a little bit longer at least, but yeah, I think he is just going to go down to the zone, and hopefully Zvire will at least steal that point away, and actually it's going to be Wuju 2 that gets it. So Zvire again just can't get the point despite being right in front of him. Gooners Meanwhile, trying to make their way in, and they're gonna go down. Combination between Toyo, Sam Charismo, and Empire. There we go. Let's see if Sam Charismo can get Sam Crow back on his feet, but Empire now has a foothold inside the zone as Tilt Town will be dispatched by the Dots, and they should have plenty of time to get Bliss back on his feet.
Yeah, they came into this fight a little late. They got 6 kills off of it, and only one of them has been knocked. They can easily get that revived and get back up to 4. They have a little bit of a deflator you can see in front of them to play up against. It's only Empire that could be potentially stopping them, but they're going to be distracted at least for a couple of moments by the approach of Sam Charismo, and watch Emmy to the north. A random lurking player by Toyo, who are also holding off further towards the north against Firefly, where Ribo's pulling up on. Good spray, gets answered back. Bit of an overextension. I don't see the rest of the team. They're actually hunkered down, anchoring in the middle. But Cloud Zero goes down to a Lynx shot by Fana. So no one is safe. There is no singular team here. It's all just a game of inches.
All of this is terrible. Like, this all sucks. I mean, you see what they're having to play around here. It's really just a question of how many smokes do you have, how much utility do you have, and how can you play around it. As Empire just sending grenades right now, they at least have a rock and a little bit of hard cover that they can play around on the edge here. But Sam Charismo doing a really good job of fighting their way in. They've managed to kind of put drive a wedge in between the split here of Empire, and now Dots are going to get involved as well. They've got Finna pinned right where he's at, but they can't over peek it to get that flush because of all the people that are off in the distance. So Finna staying alive for the time being.
Yeah, it's honestly more a game of survival than getting kills at this point. Even if the knock gets stolen, it doesn't feel as bad this time around just because of the stakes of the situation. Sam Charismo pull on up. Valiant was trying to run away, but now locked into this fight. Last one standing once again for Empire. Can he get a kill or two before he goes down?
Charismo on a heater this game, but that'll be it. What a spray from Valiant. Let him know, young man, as he is the last player left alive for Empire. Sam Charismo will go out, but not before getting 11 kills and 63 points overall. Good for 5th place in the lobby. We'll see if Valiant can pull off some more of the magic that we saw from game number 1 and get Empire a few more placements to go along with the points, the 4 kills that they already have.
Losing Tire from one angle, and Wuju too. If they just get a little curious, they could probably spot Valiant, so he's hanging on by a thread right now. But Toyo pushing up towards Firefly. Double stack behind a single shield. This grenade, I think it might have missed. Bounced the wrong angle, answered back by a grenade back. Instead, it's actually just a stun to delay the push.
We'll destroy the vehicle at least, but and now it's going to destroy the deployable cover. So you're going to have to get on the move once again. Toyo just doing the most with their utility. And I got to tell you, Cam, it feels like that is a major difference between the good teams and the also rans in this lobby. Is the ability to be consistent with your utility. As Joppa will go down, but Kane gets the heal off just in the nick of time. It feels like Benya's got him dead to rights, and there it is. Gets the spray, gets the grenade, gets 2 more points in the bag for Toyo.
Yeah, we also saw Valiant go down to Bliss, so only 5 teams left standing. Shane Doe getting tagged up. And Wuju 2, they might have the most central position, but it is just a single shack on probably the lowest ground of all low grounds. Curry just, oh man, last one up for Outlaws, last solo. Here's Joshy running up. Joshy gun out. There's a car there.
No.
That is a big unforced error to assume that that is free. There is a vehicle, there is open field, or essentially what amounts to that in this end game. The chance of there being a prone player behind the vehicle, it's not 100, but it's not 0.
Yeah, just a little bit loosey-goosey there for Joshy, and he pays the price. Dots. Looks like Shane Doe has been knocked, and nobody really going for the res right now. They've got him surviving through the smokes for the time being. But Dots showing up here. I mean, Toffee said he wanted to see him do well last game. They didn't do as hot last game, but now this time around, 9 kills. And they've still got 3 left alive, but they are very much pinned against the wall, and they've got some work to do if they want to get any further in this game.
Trying to look at who I would hedge is the greatest chance of winning. And you kind of have to say Toyo, but it's not as comfortable as of a prediction as it's been previously. Shots on Hot Spicy. Dots have to run forward, just using what little tree cover there is, what smokes they have left to try and stay alive. Eyeing up that grenade onto Wuju too. And tell you, they're just sort of beelining it about. Once again, just spreading out, trying to use their main advantage or the manpower that exists to set up some form of crossfire.
Yeah, I mean, Wujitu completely content to just play around this this shack that they have here, and why not? I mean, it's a great little spot, and they can get Dots to slip a little bit here. They're going to try to make their push through the smokes. This is the only play that they have available to them. Hot and Spicy doesn't even have time to stop down to heal, but unfortunately, Toyo, they had the angles on it. He's going to get real close. Shane Doe going to have to drop down to heal up. Bliss just holding the line right now. They have no idea that Hot and Spicy is right here, but Hot and Spicy has no heals either. He's going to spot Fana, get him low. Can he get the kill? No, Fana with a good peek, and Shane Doe will go down as well. Bliss now the last player left alive as Wushu 2 holds strong.
No one has meds here. Dots do get eliminated, but what a noble attempt to run out like that. Hot and Spicy. Man, I'm sure he feels bad about not being able to get that first knock against Wuju too, but Curry also striking in from the east to eliminate Dots. Just rough luck at the end there, with very little utility to play with and terrain to play around, and now that that's been freed up, Toyo are now the ones to push forward. He can attack the last one standing. Can he hold strong in this shack? Emmy is in a 1v1 against Kalnix, a bit further towards the east, but Toyo in a 3v1v1. They're just systematically removing every single threat bit by bit.
Yeah, I mean, this is easy. I mean, it's just so easy for Toyo at this point. Like, they had that north side locked down, and now he's down to Kalnix, but 7 kills for in a second for Zvire. That is definitely more like what we were wanting to see. A nice spray there, and he actually knows that Emmy's back behind him. He's gonna get another one. Can Kalnix pull off a miracle? It's a 1v1, Kalnix versus Pippa.
The way that he turned around and going for the isolated 1v1 after the first knock, great heads up play. Kalnix is in a position to have an amazing clutch. This is what Fire need. Yeah, he could be, but he can't even actually allow for the revive. Pippa doesn't have a position or the space to go, so it is a locked in 1 versus 1 confirmed.
Oh, but Pippa moved, and Kalnix has no idea where he's going, and Pippa very, very smartly using that terrain, using the hills. Did Kalnix spot him? I think he may have seen a helmet just off in the distance. Is Pippa just trying to reposition a little bit? Yeah, he knows he's been spotted, so Kalnix maybe lost track of him. Pippa behind the tree. You can see through that scope. We got the beautiful 2 perspectives here as both of them. Yeah, it's just hide and seek at this point.
And you would think the way that Pippa is playing this so slow is that he wants to... Yeah, the links, yeah. You'd think that Pippa would be playing for the center of the zone, how slow he's playing it, but that's not the case. Kalnix has control over the center of the zone. It's a big open field in between them, but Pippa has time. Just because he's not in the middle doesn't mean that he has to rush forward. He's going to try and get loot. The links wasn't there, but yeah, the level 3 is available. That could be the advantage in the fight that he needs.
Kalnix taking that, they're putting Prio on the center of the zone, and I like that. That'd be huge here. He's got a rock to play around. He's going to try to get a little bit of elevation here, but he's not looking in the right direction, and Pippa will strike and get another win for Toyo. Back-to-back victories here on our final day of the LCQ.
Man, and that wasn't even like a mistake by Kalnix. That's a 6x spray with the AUG. Great stuff for Toyo to secure this. Kalnix made it so close, but hey, Kalnix at the very least secured those 2 kill points. So he was able to put some more points on the board. But what a close finish that was for Zvire. Man, they were so close to stealing that whole win away. But you know what? It's Toyo. It's Toyo. They've been doing so good this weekend.
They're hot right now.
Yeah, it feels like it's written in stone.
And you know, and Pippa hasn't really been getting as much of the love as some of the other players as well. So Pippa clutching that one out, huge for him, huge for Toyo, but a huge second place, 7 kill, 8 kill, I think 9 kills actually at the end for Zvire there. That could be a snowball starting to roll. Well, we've got another half of the day to go, but let's take a look at the highlights before we do.
well, that is the end of Game 3 today with only 3 games left to play in the LCQ. I think we got to do what's best, head back over those leaderboards and set us up for that home stretch as we wrap this thing up. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Porosaurus and the Cammy D as we break down action all day today. Toyo got the win, but man, that guy was cow nuts. I think he almost won that 3v1.
Dude,
It's very close. It's very close. Yeah. I mean, in the play to go for the high ground there on the rock, the only mistake he made was doing what everybody does and looking down at the rock to see if you were jumping in the right spot to get up.
Never go full rock.
And unfortunately for him, Pippa was just on time with that 6x spray. That was disgusting. All
right, let's go over this real quick. Toyo 125. Yeah, set in stone. I think you're right. Potentially dangerous. Wuju 2 advances. Here's my question, Cameron. How committed are the Gooners to the bit? Because if they are, they won't get any more points today. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'll let that one sit. Toyo are on track at this point with the way that potentially dangerous and Wuju 2 have slowed down. Do we think Toyo are going to end up with twice the points of second place when they finished in first? Because
we're going to...
Little Flame Horizon?
Listen, I need you to take a break, okay? You've been talking nonstop for 3 games. You guys need to go to the bathroom and breathe.
I love to hear myself talk. What can I say?
I'm going to cut us off and say we'll be back in a couple of minutes with game number 4 and all the fun action on the way. Don't go anywhere.
8 years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the Atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Every time I close my eyes, close my eyes.
Welcome back. It is time for match number 10 for today, but 10 overall. We only have 12 matches to play before we determine which 8 teams go to the grand final and which 8 teams sit on their bums for the next couple of months waiting for their chance to perform again. And that really is kind of the story of the last couple years here, Cameron, is that this is a new system of PUBG where you got to strike and you got to strike when the qualifiers are going on, because there's nowhere near the forgiveness there used to be for teams if they have a bad day.
Right. It's and it kind of is unfortunate that you really got to make sure that you peak at the right time, which is more important than anything in PUBG, just because the opportunities aren't always there. You got to make your own luck, blah, 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 blah. But there is a lot riding on the line because you get 0 PGC points. I don't care about the money. And yeah, qualifying to PGS is fine, even though like that's a much tighter race. But even getting PGC points on the board is so important. And you get none if you don't even make it to the grand final. So the stakes are pretty high for the teams. And especially here going into the last 3 games, if you're in the bottom half, it's you got to start something, but it's rough.
I'm glad you brought that up, Cameron. I forgot to ask Poro about the steaks. What's your favorite cut and how do you like it cooked?
Filet, medium rare, with a crispy crust on the outside. It has an actual name for it, and I can't remember what it is for the life of me now. But look at this, Cam. You want a double plane? It is a sear, but it's got like a more specific name. Come on, chat, help me out. It's that you know that like salt pepper crust kind of. It's like it's so good, but it's got a specific name. I don't know what it is, but it's delicious. And so is the double plane on Rondo. Am I right?
You know what?
Yeah.
And that's okay, Poro. We asked Capitan yesterday, and he told me his favorite steak, and none of us knew what it was either. So it's okay that you have a preparation we don't understand. You wish you had been here yesterday.
You do know, but everybody understands it.
Well, but you can't say it right, so then we don't know.
Well, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. We got a lot of teams jumping late on this. This east, southeast, west plane.
Wow. What is it with Rondo
What's
and
happening?
the strangest positions to hot drop on?
I don't know. Are we getting to that time where it's final 3 games and the teams on the right side of the leaderboard are like, look, what we've been doing hasn't been working. Let's just have fun and send it and see if we get lucky. And what a circle to have. Not test track. Not test track.
Yeah, see, Toppies? I told you, it's not test track.
Watch it yoink all the way back up and try to find
It might, honestly, just... well, not only to give Toyo another win, but also to make us look dumb. That's a win-win for PUBG.
Can you imagine all those teams doing those late jumps and then that happens? That's just, I mean, demoralizing. If what you were saying is true and that's the play they're making because they're like, nothing else is working, so you'd make that choice and then this happens, that's like a kick in the teeth, man.
I just want a Jadina City. I mean, it's not going to happen because there's just not enough in it, but can we see at least a couple of teams like fight in Jadina City?
Like just drive over there.
Dude, I really want to see some pro players do those hyper Ferrari peaks on the moving walkways.
I'm saying, like, there's so many cool elements in Jadina City, like so many cool team fights that could happen, and you never get to see it because it's all the way in the corner. It sucks.
I'd like to formally request PUBG that you stop putting your coolest locations on the polar end
on the corners
of the map. Seriously though, like
meanwhile, dead center of the map is just fields.
Yep, fields on fields. So we'll file that in the suggestion box at headquarters next time we're there. They have a little box that says suggestions, question mark on it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. They only show that to people like Toffees, I guess.
Yeah, the VIPs.
Say the guys who sneak in late at night, break in at night to visit the site.
I'm just gonna make my own suggestion box out of an empty Kleenex box, and it's gonna be written in crayon. Suggestions spelled with a J.
Yeah. SEGGSTUN.
Exactly.
That sounds like a lot like the MPL suggestion box we put out, or at least the answers inside.
Yeah.
Fascinating. Well, this game is gonna be
baseball
fascinating.
bats. Okay.
Dude, never forget the baseball bats. I'm going to leave it to you guys. I'm going to go put my baseball bat on my character while you guys watch this game. Enjoy. 3 games left to play. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, at the end of the games today, we know which 8 teams are going to the grand finals. So tune in because I think it's going to be a race.
Heck yeah. Look, right now, we got to be even more keyed in on that cut line, Cam. I think that's what we got to focus on, right? Empire currently holding on to 8th place by the margin of 2 points with 3 games remaining. Still plenty of time, but I mean, Fireflies has been having some good games today. Zvire just turned things around in that last one. They're in striking distance forever. They've got a little something in the tank left. 55 may be able to pull something out. It's not by any means secure or Empire just yet.
Yeah, I think there is still quite a big possibility for teams on the right side, the bottom half of the leaderboard, to have a good series of games at the end. For Certito and Duel with 18 and 14 points respectively, I think I would need to see a double point game here in order to include them going forward. But everyone else, even Tiltown and above, Tiltown with 25 points, even if they only have like a middling game here, depending on what happens above them, what happens at the lower teams on the top 8, like those last 2 Erangels could mean a lot. But I'll be honest here though, Poro, you know me, I have no faith that Erangel is gonna give us anything but random water Primorsk military circle. So I think teams are gonna want to try and get those points here. As rough as Rondo can be sometimes, Erangel has been in its like preteen phase of life where it just resists and like doesn't do anything that it should do. Yeah.
It's not a phase, but it's literally phase 1. Anyway, okay. Oh, Joppa. That's not a good thing for Fireflies. They run into Outlaws out in the middle of freaking nowhere. Not exactly where you want to be losing a guy. But it looks like it is a place that they want to be scrapping because they have caught Jirways all by himself. Now, the rest of the Outlaws in vehicles kind of milling about just off to the east, and it looks like they're now turning back over in this direction. So this could be a full straight up 4v4 fight between 2 teams that are very much in the running here.
And this is still like the hot drop, right? This is still all the way towards the north. They haven't even started making their way across the river to get towards the southern circle. This feels like an unnecessary overcommitment. I understand that there's a potential victim right in front of you as Gump takes Kane down. But like, this is not going to net them anything. It's going to give them maximum 4 points. But like, how are they going to guarantee to get anything going forward with a Trek in front of them like that they have now?
I mean, 4 points for Outlaws could secure their spot in the top 8. 4 points for Fireflies could put them in the top 8. So I get it. I understand. But you want to make sure that whatever fight you take is definitely going to be going in your favor. And it looks like Firefly is just going to opt for discretion being the better part of valor, and Outlaws will get back on their merry way. So they're playing a little bit more on the safe side, and I can understand that.
Yeah, really appreciate that. And you're right. Outlaws currently sitting in 6th place, 63 points. I think it would have to be almost a miracle for them to get upset at this point, looking at just the scores overall. Dots and Empire, it's those last 2 spots that are the most available, most in the air. It's possible that, like, let's say Zvire, Forever, and Firefly, all 3 do really, really good and overtake Outlaws off of what happens. But the chances of that happening are significantly more slim. I think Outlaws, if they get a couple of points this game, next game, game after that, just like 2 or 3 each round, they should be good to go. So you're right. There is a little bit more of a reason for them to maybe force that fight towards the north when there's significantly less chance of them getting third party, especially because whether they fought or not, driving all the way down to the south here doesn't guarantee safe passage.
No, it's brutal. And again, you know, it also touching back on what you were saying before, you don't want to leave it to these last couple of games on Erangel because you don't know what the circles are going to look like. You don't know how these teams are going to be acting. A lot of them are just going to be throwing everything against the wall and seeing what sticks. And that's not a situation that you want to be going into, you know, needing to get 15 points, right? Like try to get, if you get 4 here and go into that situation only needing 11 or 10, like that becomes a lot more tenable. So we'll see. Toyo right in the middle of the zone right now. We got an E pickup. Can't see who it is coming from, but it's coming from somewhere off to the north. Is Rezav making their way across the bridge off to Jadina City. Now Bliss is very close. The rest of the dots are on the coastline just down south. So Bliss may be making the phone call, letting these guys know to come on back.
Boo, he's traded the M249 for an AUG. Boo! Boo this man.
No, yeah, you have that M249 set up so that you can absolutely decimate a vehicle. But once that vehicle stops, you go ahead and pick that AUG up a little bit more. Accuracy couldn't hurt, or not. Maybe not. Hey, what do I know?
What? It's as perfectly accurate as you make it with your aim. It's the rate of fire that like the M249 has the disadvantage on and the damage.
Like I said, everybody always says, what's the best gun in the game? The best gun is the game that you can hit your bullets with. As Bliss shows right there, the AUG definitely doing pretty good for him, as he will find Beleda. And fortunately for Beleda, Martin will get right back over to him. The grenade's going to follow, but it's going to fall short.
Listen, I am an M249 fan. Martin seems to be as well, but I will admit at that specific angle, at that range, the AUG is superior for the fight. And so a really good way to open this up hot and spicy in the distance is going to be arriving to potentially give support. But I think that's Duel tossing in some shots from the north. So I think Razev aren't going to be too mad about, Dots being too mad about Razev pulling away just because Duel's arrival is making this a little complicated. But here is the end of phase 1.
I thought he was going in the water. I'm not going to lie. Okay. Oh, the hard shift up to the northeast. Okay. A lot of river still in play. Duel in a beautiful position here. And if Razev can get everybody back on their feet, good job from Laucha here. Kind of defending from range and making sure that nobody can just run up on his teammates while they're being revived. And Dots, they got the message. They're in vehicles and they're on the move.
That was also Firefly. Watch them in the skies. They could be entering the map. They could be entering your field of vision now. They had really good timing with the pickup to have the information of phase 2 to let them know where they need to go, and they're going to be landing here in the construction site. Needs to host up into a position that gets them some nice high ground, some information, because otherwise this is more of just like a hunkering down position. And Dots arriving at the same time. This could get scrappy.
This is a very tough spot to hold this for. Like you can't. You gotta kind of section off everything and don't try to hold too much, or you're gonna get taken advantage of. As Bliss, oh my goodness, Kane almost gets him. Andrew right there. This could be a beautiful grenade, but Bliss, he's not sticking around to find out. He's waiting for that eventual utility follow up. As Shane, Shane been spotted out. I'm not sure. Looking at the green dots in the mini map, nobody looking over there yet. So maybe Shane might have been a little sneaky boy here.
Oh no, potentially dangerous also arriving. This seems to be a really big funnel whirlpool for a bunch of teams to center up on. Valley and Adam chiming in together for a quick little kill onto a Razev member. Razev got everyone else across the river. Laucha wasn't able to join them, and now Empire joining up on the east side. This is an interesting decision by Empire because we know it's not going to end east of the river. They're playing to try and go for a late entry into the zone, which I understand the desire to avoid early game fighting, but I think this is only going to delay the inevitable when there's clearly going to be a team, I mean, maybe not clearly, but a high chance of a team camping your cross when you do need to do it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Laucha there. I mean, he was doing a great job defending his teammates on the other side of the river from range, but he just kind of stuck around a little bit too long, and unfortunately Empire just pulls right up on him. Meanwhile, Wuju 2 have 2 in the glider. You don't often see 2 in the glider at this level.
Yeah,
but they're sticking with it, and they're coming in from that south side. Unfortunately for them, they've got Toyo just widespread on the south side. Everybody just taking pot shots at him. Here's Empire now making their way across. Here comes that M249. This is where it starts to become a little bit more useful, but it's not useful if you're not looking in that direction. As Fisher will get on the move once again. Fortunately for Empire, they have that ridge line to work around that Razev just left. So Razev knows the situation that they're in. Yeah. They know what they have to fight against. And it looks like they'll try to spray a little bit more, but Empire just going to keep on trying to send it. Michael might be... Is Michael stuck? I'm not sure.
No, I think he's just healing on up. But they are trying to bump down that coastline, avoid the threat of Razev. So, okay, Empire didn't stay across the river as long as I feared that they would, but looking back over towards the west of this circle, west of Dan Ching Sortitos, spotted by Forever just off to their position. Watching them push on in. Forever just going to be looking to backfill this as we have a couple of seconds left before phase number 3. No point in Forever starting a fight now when they don't even know what the win condition, what the status quo is going to be, and it's going to be another hard shift away from the river, away from the water. Dan Ching in play. Who's going to be the queen?
55 gets very fortunate on that one. Let's see, the flaming glider still alive here for Wuju 2. They're going to get a little bit over towards Razev. They're just kind of find some path in, but all paths, especially now that that circle is shifted off to the north, all paths are really, really tough here for the boys on the ground. Especially if Razav and Empire start getting on the move, but it looks like they're just going to go ahead and go for this coastline as Martin has the M249, but he's going to get shot in the back by Valley 8. Empire striking at the perfect time.
Yeah, now, how are they going to follow up on this? They could just push more pressure onto the remaining members of Razav who are already in a bus driving on off. But good job clearing some extra space, but I don't think it's going to be much easier going forward for Empire regardless, because Duel and Wuju 2 in that position is going to be locking them out. Now, it's not easy for any of the teams here in 2-Lin either.
Yeah, this was always going to be a rough spot to hold, even if it, well, there you go, Razav just going to run right in the middle of Dots, unfortunately, and Dots will pick up a few kills, or a couple of kills rather, and they now still in 7th place, 55 points overall, and they have the high ground just on the outside of 2-Lin, so all these teams that are still fighting their way out of construction will have to worry about them. Meanwhile, Forever on the western side of the zone, only team inside Dancheng. Sortito is kind of playing around on the outside with thoughts about maybe going in, but really they're just kind of running parallel to each other at the moment.
Sortito got lit up by a couple of different teams. They're now down to 2. So I don't blame them for being a bit nervous of trying to take a more dominant position in Dancheng. Not to mention, getting across that field is probably a better position for them going forward into phase 4 and on. Shane Doe from Dots, 2 kills for the squad already, looking to try and gatekeep this exit of 2-Lin further. There is that solo member of Firefly, Kane, to the north of the rest of the team, but not exactly playing together right now because the southern set, working with potentially Dangerous, as Toyo now. Once again, we see them not really involved in fighting. They're sort of just coming in, backfilling in with a nice little spread from the edge, looking to sort of take over closer towards the end game.
This is one of those moments where Valley 8 by himself could prove huge. He manages to get one. Can he get the second one? Cloudzera is going to go down as well with help from Michael. Actually, Michael going to get Farivo, and just like that, Empire wipes the entirety of Zvire. They opened things up with a knock, but Empire just puts them in their place immediately. 6 kills now, but they are in trouble. Michael and Finna both down. They are in the blue, and Wushu 2 has eyes on Valley 8.
Yeah, they're hanging on to their top 8 position, but getting the revives and then making their way through too. Let's just look at the map now. Half the lobby is in this edge of 55, outside of the zone. Yeah, 55 have so much space to work with, but 2 hardships that favored the north. Like, we're not surprised to see that. It's just 8 teams, it feels like, in the south still have to make their way into this Dancheng circle.
This is going to be brutal. Sam Crismo definitely on the clock. Toyo already sending Emmy to try to find a path into Dancheng. And Forever, they've got all 4 members inside Dancheng, but they're very split up here. They've got to read the room and realize that this is the last bastion of hard cover in this new zone. Oh my goodness, Kane. Don't do it to him. Trimble getting taken out in that 1v1. 8 HP remaining on Kane. What a flick from him, but this is what we were worried about here. Dancheng is the last city in, and there are so many teams that are looking for any port in a storm. And I think Forever's starting to figure that out. They're getting everybody back together.
Also having to concede this corner to Outlaws, and I think this is probably one of the best positions that any team can be playing out of. It's basically the center of phase 4, and there's no more water to worry about. So I think Outlaws might have a really good controlling position right now. But Boris gets dropped by Doobie. But Gooners taking some shots from the east, also supporting Sortitos in their defense in that position. Bliss unfortunately has to get left behind as the rest of Dots take an E-pick up to fly over to Lin and Toyo from the west. They come crashing on to potentially Dangerous, and they get 1 kill, and they steal this spot away.
PD has made his way through. Thoraz will make his way through. So they'll still have 2 alive. Dot's going for that really high risk, high reward play as they take that E-pick up. They only have 3 left alive, and they're going right on top of Dancheng. As you see, Hot and Spicy getting taken very low by H11 Jr. Does he got another shot in him? No, it doesn't. But Hot and Spicy will go down. Shane Doe will go down. Dots, just unfortunately, this was the last port that they could try to call. And looks like they might be able to get Hot and spicy. No, he's gonna get flushed out by Venya. So Josh, he's still alive. Sam Crow trying to pull off something magical. The drop shot coming through from Frost, and Fireflies will stay alive in this one as they manage to snake. I mean, Sam Crow, how much damage can a solo do? The rest of his team, unfortunately, just not in a spot where they can get over there as quickly as they would like.
Yeah, I mean, splits and crossfires, they look really good on paper, and they often do pull out some good success, but when you get rammed by an entire bus filled of busy Fireflies, it's getting one or two before getting taken down. I'm not surprised with the MG3. At least Certitos can stay alive for the other 3 members remaining. It's just unfortunate that they lose that likely critical position to go further into this game. Look at this next zone, Phase 5. It's a bit to the east of Danqing, those rice fields down to the south a bit where Certitos and Fireflies are hanging out in. That might be where the whole game ends, and a couple of teams still on the extremities need to make their way into those open fields. That's when the pressure of the high ground from Danqing buildings is going to come into play.
Joshy, the last player left up for Dots, so he doesn't spot Emmy. He heard the windows smash, but he just didn't know where to look. And that will be it for Dots, as Empire now losing Finna and Adam. I believe they might be down to just 1 player left alive. And I'm not sure where that player is. It's Valiate. Surprise, surprise. Out in the blue, coming in from the south side. But Fireflies have gotten everybody back on their feet. Sam Crismo still looking over in that direction, just pinging some shots in. But Sam Crismo has to get on the move. As you can see, they are just barely outside of the zone, and they are putting some work in here on Fireflies. Fireflies regretting every peek that they make here.
Yeah, Lopez getting some nice headshots. Wuju2 roll-up grenades at the ready. They have sights set on their target. Heat-seeking missiles. It's like Battlefield. There's explosions everywhere. Deployable cover is trying to give some semblance of safety, but it's not really going to work out.
Oh, this is
K-Mine
brutal.
gets a knock on his sneak attack. Really good job to post a defense.
Yeah, Gooners actually shooting at this from long range as well. You can see them off in the background as K-Mine will get taken out by Icy Flex from long range. It's all down to Pentalol as Fakes in coming up over the high ground. Listen for the footsteps. Doesn't matter. Penta going to go down to Trisk. So 55 with that northern side. They forced Duel to kind of come back over in this spot and play what was not really a great spot. And actually, it was 55 that ended up forcing this fight. And they end up getting at least 2 kills so far here as Valiate does make it into the zone, but at what cost? Simply Matt has him absolutely spotted. And he's staying alive at least. Oh, Icy Flex takes a knock there from LFP.
Yeah, gotta go and get that res. They're in the zone. This compound just barely, as Empire do eventually get eliminated. 10 teams still up. I mean, the city really does hold a lot of individuals, a lot of squads. It's getting out of it, that could be the problem. We'll see where the next phases go if that calls it into question. Nick goes down. Varus with the kill confirm onto that knock. As Frost also gets eliminated.
Yeah, it was a weird fight. It was like Fireflies was looking at Certitos right as Sam Crismo was sending half of their squad to push Fireflies. It was a little strange, and now Lopez is going to get spotted out again. So Sam Crismo, this was the choice that they made about how they were going to try to take the fight with Fireflies. Now DNL, the last player left alive, he's going to try to push in Wuju2, holding off 55 for the time being. AMG will find him, and Fake will be there to secure it. Wuju2 does go down, and 55 starting to climb a little bit. They've got 4 kills, and they've got a lot of zone to play with.
They got a lot of zone to play through as well, unfortunately. With this next phase shift pulling away, it's an open field they got to run into, and Outlaw's position, Forever's position, even the solo member or duo member of potentially dangerous position in the city still available. So Prismo get eliminated. We have finally hit placement points, but I think getting into these these rice fields, we're going to be losing a lot of players on this circle.
It's tough. I mean, as long as Danqing is in, though, there's some place for a lot of these guys to hide. You can see the kill feed is still just lighting up. Toyo, 6 kills already, and they are getting involved. They are just spreading out everywhere. Fireflies will at least take out the vehicle, so that'll force them to move back once again. Is now, Simply Matt had the angle, a very small angle, and still managed to get that knock on Andrew. Can't get the flush, though. Gooners Still just repositioning vehicles. They may be wanting to take the fight against 55 here now that they got that opening knock onto Trisk.
Icy Flex trying to get another knock here, but good support for the send of Greg Shot and Bunt in front of them. Icy Flex does get that knock, and now the rest of Gooners are there. Panzerfaust at the ready. It doesn't get the damage that they wanted. More grenades hopping in though, and that should be it. Greg Shot with the double frag grenade, taking NCLS and Boris down.
And 55 still has not managed to get that res onto Trisk. They did get Fake into a new spot though, so if they can get him back on his feet and they can get into vehicles, they might be able to get a spot inside the zone. Gooners, meanwhile, they sent Bunt and Greg Shot ahead. Simply Matt and Icy Flex still holding that back line. The Bunt has been spotted out. Good shots from Baki will force him to bow down.
55 have weathered the storm, but I think those most northern members, the blue is still going to push them out of position. If they can follow up on Fake's spot, I don't know if it's how much it is to play out of, but it's better than nothing. Baki's going to be holding along to that angle for as long as possible, though, and this is a nice little use of the vans of the buses, and those are mortars coming into play. Where are those headed towards?
I don't know. I'm looking on my map to see who might be shooting, but don't see anybody at the time being. Well, Baki kind of pinned back at the wall. He might have some room to breathe now, though, as the Gooners are going to hop inside their vehicle and rejoin their teammates towards the center of the zone. Still 3 teams in Dancheng, and Fireflies somehow, some way have managed to keep all 3 up as Bunt. Oh my goodness, Bunt picking him out. Baki tried to get to his team, but it was not happening, and now Gooners are just fully focused in on 55.
Yes, Toffees is saying on the map, everyone's going to be leaving Dancheng into the fields. Very high-level analysis there on rotations. But ooh, H11 Jr.
I appreciated it, Toffees. Trisk, the
double
last
Icy
one
Flex.
left.
A lot of explosions coming out. Bunt needs to get revived. And Trisk, can he hold on? Can he get any more points?
Yeah, man. I mean, this is just an aggressive team that wants to fight, that loves to fight, that lives to fight, going up against a team that's just trying to survive, right? And unfortunately for 55, trying to survive doesn't always do it for you. 10 kills now for Gooners. 4 kills for 55 though. That's going to keep them in the conversation. They're at 39 points, and cutoff is 52. So 2 games on Erangel, it's going to take a lot. They're going to have to throw all caution to the wind to do it, but it's not outside the realm of possibility. It's from potentially dangerous, the solo player coming out here to try to ruin the Gooners' day.
Running in a street. Never feels comfortable. Icy Flex, this is not his first knock. He's dropping low. Bunt can't get there in time. Leads out, gives him the kill over to It's. So they got something in this round. Yeah, the grenades dealing huge damage. I think Gooners, they were feeling confident after that take, and It's going for more!
Simply Matt, right on time. What a clutch knock that was. And he should be able to get his boys back on their feet. They'll at least be 3 strong, as now Dancheng is coming to a close. Toyo, 10 kills already. Capitan back on his feet. They are looking from the south side. They have basically the entire zone to themselves, and they are just positioning themselves to try to catch these guys as soon as they reveal themselves. Simply Matt gonna find Nubsky, so it's just Gooners and Toyo firing line on everything coming out of the city.
12 kills for Gooners, but while we were watching this fight to the north, Toyo ended up with 10 kills of their own, brute forcing their way through the edge of Dancheng, and they are going for more. They're not just running to the center of the zone. They're not going to go prone in the rice fields. They are taking the hurt to Outlaws, who are getting pressured by the opposite side as well. Not just Panda Dorito, last member up of Forever, but also Gooners with the utility. Forever eliminated, Outlaws eliminated, Toyo Gooners. We have seen these 2 squads in the end game multiple times before. Who's going to come out on top this time?
3v2, and Toyo's got the zone. Pippa in dead center. Bunt and Simply Matt try to finish off Benya. But Emmy and Capitan, actually Capitan might be able to get to Benya and get him back on his feet. Looks like he's going to pick him up and try to run back, as Emmy is just holding the line. They're waiting for Gooners to push, to be more aggressive here and to put themselves into a bad spot. Gooners aren't taking the bait just yet. And if Toyo can get this man back on his feet, I feel like they're just going to suffocate them against the edge of the zone here.
Crossing that road is going to be incredibly difficult, even if they are somehow able to take Pippa out without getting traded in return. And with all the fighting that Gooners have done, those pushes into 55's position and all of that, like, it stands to reason they have no more utility, and that's really what they would need to try and steal this game away from Toyo. But as it stands, Toyo are looking for yet I've even lost count at this point, but another win. What's another on the board?
Oh, this one would be 3 in a row, and I think that would be 5 overall for them here in the LCQ. Simply Matt will get spotted out by Emmy. And now it is all down to Bunt and his bullet hose hiding behind the hay bale. He'll find one. He's going to continue the spray, see if he can find another, but it's not going to happen. Toyo get 3 in a row. This one is going to be 15 kills.
Ridiculous at this point. And every single time, as you can see, it is so even on kills. They've never been relying on one player to step up and try and get like an 8 kill, 9 kill, 10 kill win on their own. It's always an even spread for the entire team. This team really, and I've said it before, they are turning out to be one of those squads that is like like a Megazord, right? Greater than the sum of their individual parts, becoming some individual monster that like is uplifted by all 4 teams, all 4 members of the team playing so well together.
Yeah, and I mean, just kind of put a point into that is I think that's 3 victories in a row where they've had all 4 left alive at the end too. Like that's crazy. So Toyo on a heater. We still got 2 games left to go to determine who the top 8 are going to be in our grand finals of PAS 5. Guys, we're going to take a look at the highlights and we'll be back to set you up for the end of the day.
That is 2 games left to play, and I don't want to say it's Toyo over just yet, but it is for the team that's going to take home this win, because Toyo has literally peeled out and left everyone behind with 3 chicken dinners in a row. These guys are exceptional, and I honestly, this momentum rolling into the grand finals, Poro, is actually pretty exciting.
Yeah, I mean, look, this was a team that we had high expectations of. We said it before, and they came in to the group stages a little bit rusty, gotta say, but they've knocked the rust off here in the LCQ. And again, like, you don't want to go crazy, right? It's the LCQ, like, they should be just destroying most of these teams, but give them their flowers where they're due, right? Like, they have been putting on a show here, 150 points through 10 games. That's good stuff, and 5 wins to top that off as well.
I mean, not only that, they came in with 73 points to start today, Cameron. So, like, they're having a bigger moving day than anybody else. Like, I was like, oh, surely the Gooners are going to have, like, the biggest move day after what we saw them do earlier. But here, Toyo says, okay, no, that's all right. It's not just about winning. It's about dominating everybody else. And there's nothing, I can't say really anything else, except the fact that I've been waiting for a Dan Shing finish forever so that we could officially crown Toyo as the Dancing Kings as they came out with that win. Good for them. 150 points. That's stupid.
It's interesting, that head-to-head that we saw where Toyo got more kills but Gooners got more damage. And if you think back on how these 2 teams, both powerhouses of today at the very least, in this lobby, how they played the game, Toyo, you know, it's a bit of like a samurai image in their logo, so not to throw some stereotypes out, but they are kind of quiet and hidden and wait for the perfect time to strike and really get those kills where it counts. Whereas Gooners on the opposite side, they're a lot more explosive, just making sure that their presence is felt on the rest of the lobby from the very, very beginning, making that experience last quite a while, and it makes them vulnerable going into the end game. They often are running out of utility, running out of meds, but they're getting a good number of kills while they do it, so it's working out for them.
They are keeping it going for quite a while. I'm impressed. I am shocked that they paid someone to make that logo. It's really well drawn. It's great performances by them. I'm looking forward to seeing them in the grand final. I think my takeaway, though, is when we saw that leaderboard, it does look like it is going to essentially be a mega sprint here in the last 2 games for the bottom of that leaderboard, right, Poro? Because at the end of the day, that's what we're going to focus on here, is that 8th place cutoff as we go into a wrangle. Classic map. Everyone knows it. But in my opinion, it's way less forgiving than our other 3 maps. Like a wrangle, if you don't get a good spot and the circle isn't in your favor, there's just not a lot of options for you.
I'm saying, like, going back to last year, final day, last game Erangles have been some of the most violent, bloody affairs that we've seen in PUBG. Like, it just seems like the teams are fighting early and often in these final games, whereas most of the times Erangel, you expect it to be a little bit slower. So I expect no different here.
All right, we're going to take a very quick break to get set up as we move over to a wrangle, and when we get back, it's time for the final 2 matches of the LCQ, so don't go anywhere.
Every time I close my eyes. Every time I close my time I close my eyes.
Well, it is time for the Pen Ultimate match, and so far it has been all about Toyo. If you guys have those emotes, I want to see a lot of Pippa Baile in the chat to celebrate these guys and how well they've been doing. And now we're going to move on to the rest as they pursue and try to clean up. Okay. We could talk about Duel again because they're on the bottom. I thought they'd make it. You thought they'd make it. Poro, I should probably circle back to that discussion that we had. Do you still think they'll qualify? You said they're going to have 2 big games at the end.
I said that they would be within 20 points of 8th by the time this thing ended. But alas, it was not meant to be, unfortunately.
I mean, to be fair, they're not that far off, right? They're at 15 points, which sounds dubious, but I think the cutoff is at 45 or 47 right now. No,
stop it. I'm gonna stop you right now. No. The only way that pans out is if Toyo and Gooners double down on their point sponging even more, and the teams from like 8th to 15th get 0 amongst themselves like the chances of that happening are so astronomically small, it might as well be 0.
No, I get that.
I can tell
was
you
just
one
arguing
thing, though.
It's closer to 20 than I thought it would be. Go ahead, Poro. Sorry.
I can tell you one thing. They are winning in fun and chat
Yes.
love. And that's all. And at the end of the day, what are you taking on with you for the rest of your time? The chat love, the love that the chat has for Duel and the Duel guys. I'm so glad to see Lynxy in my lobby again.
Yes.
I can't even begin to tell you. Like, and K-Mind as well. And seeing Wooly actually lace his boots up and get on out there and join in with Penta and I'm glad to see them, and I hope we see them again.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, as much as I love seeing Penta Lol, I enjoy seeing Penta Dad hanging out in the chat again. Missed that.
Lou is the best, man.
Yep.
Not to cut you off, guys, but this is a very interesting plane path.
Tell me more.
The plane path says that
yeah,
there's a
tell me
high
more.
chance of it being Millie once again, so we see 3 teams dropping on that island. But there's also a hot drop in Yasnaya. We'll see if that actually comes to a fight because of how big that city is. It's not uncommon to see teams sort of just say hi to each other and leave. But all right, sorry, my bad.
Oh wow, sorry.
Brutal.
Wait for it to go.
Wow.
Spire and Tiltown hot dropping in Yasnaya. Wow, this
Dude,
is
he
kooky.
came for you like Toyo came for them in La Paradise 3 games ago. That was wild.
Damn, we've got opinions. Make a Reddit post about it, Poro. Jeez.
Nah, they've got me covered on that. Well, no, okay. If you're gonna hot drop somebody somewhere, though, Yasnaya is like the most boring place to hot drop,
It is.
though, isn't it? Like there's so many places to hide and so many angles to go, but maybe Tiltown and Zvire can make this a little bit more exciting. Zvire's still not out of it, man. Like Zvire still has a shot with 2 games left.
I'm trying to find
Tiltown less so.
Tiltown less.
A bit
So,
less,
you know
yeah.
what though? But again, and this is the dumb thing, and you jokingly said anything can happen, so we like to say that, right? But the fact that the cutoff is still at 52 does mean that there are Tiltown, for instance, would have to be crazy. But in one game, like we could see something happen. I don't think Tilt's the one that does it, but there's a few rosters left that could put up a massive game if things work in their favor.
I mean, we saw Wuzhu 2 yesterday. They put up 2 big games at to close things out on the day. Got them right back in the mix.
I think the problem is all the rosters that I think have the potential to do that have done that. You know what I mean? Except maybe Duel, but I don't know what's going on with them.
Yeah, they're having fun.
Right.
They're winning.
Like,
They're winning at life.
they are winning at life. That's debatable.
Yeah. Well, okay. Let's not talk about 16th place or first place for that matter. Let's talk about 8th place and 9th place.
There we go.
Separated by 1 point. Fireflies doing the Gatka split, and they've got Empire, who is just ahead of them in the standings, making a rotation just off to their south. Dots not too far away either in 7th place, currently holding on for dear life as they make their rotation. And looks like they're going to Pachinki Hill to start things off. And now we've got an E pickup in play from Forever. Wuzhu 2 and Toyo right next to each other. Love you guys. Congratulations on a great performance. Don't really care.
Right, yeah, what's done is done.
Yeah, oh yeah. Okay. There you go. Congratulations, LFP. You got the knock on a Pippa. The man with the fantastic emotes.
Yeah. For a second, I thought he was trying to crouch spam, but nope, that's just the looting animation. So there is some interesting. If we can see the map, there's some interesting thing that's been going on. But this fight over where the center of the zone is, around these sort of like scattered gaddy extended areas, doesn't it can lead to weird instances like that, and the relationship with the plane path making drop spots further east kind of makes timings a bit more weird. But Zvire, they are taking this fight. The Yasnaya hot drop, they're not just backing away. Good shots, but wasn't able to do the damage to the Hound Grenade. Putting some pressure on him, though. Kind of just tickled him. Touch.
They actually caught Tiltown a little bit split here. Savage kind of separated from the rest of the boys, but he does spot out Plazera. Kind of knocked a little bit low. Trimble with the shot. He will find Faravaro. So that is going to be one down for Zavire, and I don't think they're going to be able to get to him in time to get that res, as he is all by his lonesome. Placera working the rooftops. Kalnix waiting to see if maybe Trimble will peek out through that door. Gonna go for the high ground. Doobie just holding Angs right now. Kalnix. Oh, this could be big shot. There you go. Rybo with a follow-up grenade, and that'll be the trade onto Trimble.
Yeah, I don't think that grenade would have done it if not for that headshot. So really good hit. Really good tag there by Kalnix. Makes this engagement. Traded out for a 1-for-1. Revive still possible. Utility being tossed on in. It's a fight over not usually a high priority building, but this is just where everything is coalescing on. Doobie and Zero getting knocked.
Nice.
In tandem. It's all on to
huge.
Kalnix now. We've seen him pull out some amazing clutches. Almost won that 1v3 against Toyo. Can he do it here to save Fire? Because if they go out this early this round, I don't
pretty much
want to think
over,
about their
yeah.
chances in game number 6.
Yeah, it's you're putting a lot on Kalnix's shoulders right now, but he has shown that he's capable. But no, it's just too much to ask. Everybody knew exactly where he was, and Tiltown will be the winners of Yaznai as we now check with Forever, making their rotation. Actually, very, very split up here. I think I think they sent 2. Yeah, they did. They sent 2 via e-pickup and then 2 via vehicle. The 2 on the north, they all went to North George. Meanwhile, Pandarito is on the southern coast right now. So, and Scooby in the middle of potentially dangerous. So Forever trying some interesting strats here, to say the least, in game number 5.
Game 55, some shots onto DNL, who's driving through the Badlands, just south of Razak, potentially driving into Watertown, which is where Toyo are hanging out on. This is such a, I don't know about you, if you agree or not, but this is such a weird looking map where all these teams are positioned. And I don't know if that's just the nature of the plane path into phase 1, or if it's because it's game 5 and the number of teams that the points start to matter in terms of them qualifying or not is only getting smaller and smaller.
I think kind of a little mix of everything, isn't it? I definitely think there are some teams that are right on that cusp that are trying to survive until late game. They want to avoid all this early game nonsense as much as they can. But then there are some teams that are also in that fight that just kind of found themselves towards center circle, like Firefly here, doing a 2-2 split between the houses on the roadside and 2 on top of Everest. We'll see if Kane can pull off some bolty magic. Certito on that western side of Everest. It's like they are comfortable just kind of hanging out there and taking those long range shots. But yeah, you're definitely right. It's got a weird feel about it, for sure.
Yeah. And I wonder how that's going to make it hard or difficult or not for teams to manage the rotations around them, because a large part of this game, especially as early in this round as we are, is about making predictions and reading the lobby. And I think it's going to be hard with the current state of the game. Duel right now, a bit of a trap set up for Tilt Town, who they thought they were safe leaving Yaznaya. They find a free UAZ. They're going to grab that. But Pentarlo could have a nice little spray down on the cross. Let's see if he takes it. He is going to go for it. Gets one knock.
First knock, huge. That's going to be it looks like. But Duel gets another point in their bag. It's going to be Trimble, unfortunately. Well, are they even going to get it? See, Tiltown has decided to stop down. They decided they want all the smoke, as K-Mind will secure Trimble, and now he's going to jiggle peek on the roadside. 0, yeah, it looks like once that flush came through, Tiltown just decided to move on with their game.
They're going to be playing north of the river, Tilt Town, and Duel potentially as well if they want to backfill them, because there's still a lot of space open that direction. And usually I say I'd rather play north than south, but the chances of this going north is as small as it is, but also so many teams around the coastline already. I think playing north is a really big risk.
It is, the one thing is, though, I mean, you got a couple of bridges that are still wide open, right? And obviously they don't know that yet. They haven't scouted it out, but Razak's pretty free and clear, and Georgia pole bridges are pretty okay, with the exception of depending on how closely Empire is watching. But we're going to donut right there onto the center right on top of Ruins, where Sam Carismo and Toyo are set up in Ruins and Fishing Pier. Rezev, we get on the move once again. We got another E pickup in the air, and it's going to be coming from 55, but it looks like they're just going to jump up and pull back down again.
Yeah, a quick little scouting measure.
It's like a just in case E pickup. Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of that. Also see if there's anyone immediately in front of them between them and Toyo. Doesn't see anyone taking shots off of the water tower, which might be the big threat, because as close as School and Rozhok are, that big tower there, that hill, could be a bit of a blind spot. Make it difficult to get information. But Rezav, they're holding on Cube. They're holding on to this bridge crossing, which could be very, very powerful. And with the phase 2 shift, it's not out of the question. It's unlikely, but not out of the question that this circle ends up going to the north. But Tilt Town, they're running directly into Forever, or rather those first 2 members. As you said, 2 members taking the E-pick up to North George. Where are the teammates? They're still on the rotate coming in from around Gatka. So this is a very disadvantageous fight.
Yeah, I mean, this has kind of been one of those weird fights that I don't think either team really wants it. Tilt Town will just stop down and take the shots, and yeah, the rest of the Forever duo will try to dip on out of Dodge as quickly as possible. But yeah, their other teammates down to the south, off to the west of Gatka. They have just, I think they kind of opted to go with this 2-2 both sides of the river play, as Empire going to get a little bit close to Tilt Town now. They opted to go for, they opted to leave the crates, and now they're sending it right back in. It looks like maybe doing a little bit of casual jousting, but a lot of this having to do with the fact that Certito is just taking shots free from on top of Everest onto this. So Empire not wanting to fully commit to sticking it out.
Where can Empire go, though? Unless they want to wrap all the way down south towards the south end of the Georgia Pole Mountain and go from Gatka, they kind of have to go through the area that they just conceded to Tilt Town's rotation. Valiant now, maybe this is why. Maybe they knew that there's going to be a crossing of the Georgia Pole River.
Oh, come on, Val. Oh, he's so close. Is Lump going to actually go down to blue? No, okay. Yeah, he's got enough time. But Slump gets brought very, very low. But this is, again, this is Valiant making plays, right? The rest of the team has already left. He sticks around, see if he can maybe catch somebody on this other bridge. Going to feed that information over to the team, and yep, they're going to be there for it. Michael will find Slump in the end. That'll be another point going over to Empire, which they very much need.
Yeah.
As that'll put them now, keep that 2-point hold on 8th place.
I do not envy Empire in this position, because where they are on the leaderboard, only 53 points now because of that kill of 52 previously. Do they want to go for a Hail Mary play? But at the same time, if they just keep playing like too safe, too scared, too conservative, where they are in the blue in phase 1, are they going to have an opportunity later on to make their way in? It's like, what's too dangerous or too safe of a play? It's really difficult to try and ride that line this late into a competition when, as we mentioned before, other teams will not necessarily be playing the way that they traditionally do.
I think the one thing that they got going for them is that they left Finna inside the zone to kind of keep eyes on that compound to make sure that nobody was going to take it. So they still have a free rotation path here once they pick up that kill. So, and really it was just Valley just kind of keeping the tail end and watching to make sure that they didn't get backfilled. But it's really good from the other two to immediately respond to Valiate's call and come over there and secure that as quickly as possible. And now they can just all regroup, get back together, get in their vehicles, and go to the free compound.
Rezev now. They're going to be the team that Empire likely will be needing to rotate through. They're still holding on to their split across the river. They don't know for sure that the north of the river is clear. Tilt Town crossed over. There could be another team as far as Rezev knows. Doing the same. Lopez peeks on over, gets headshot in return, but still that knock against Savage is huge.
Push, Doobie.
Yeah, Doobie took advantage of the timing and he got the knock when he had to in order to get the safe res.
I mean, it's still a rough spot for them to be in. If they can get Savage back on his feet, that'd be great. But you can see the rest of Sam Carismo starting to get everybody together. Send it over here, see if they can get Lopez back on his feet and take out these two. A lot of utility being sent over there to start things off, as that one's going to come back. Flashbang comes up over the top. Sam Crow not wanting to waste any time. He's going to spot out the toes of Savage, immediately gets him with the grenade, tries to go for the flush. He's actually going to go for the res, trying to pause things up here while the rest of his team just gives him cover.
get that revive.
Oh, what a good
okay.
grenade, Doobie.
Spoke just a moment too soon. I appreciate Sam Chrismo going for the ballsy revive in the middle of the smoke like that. But another great play from Doobie. Gets the res once again onto Savage. But I mean, it's still so early in the game. This is having to go for these reses and using utility like this just to defend their position. It's not going to get any easier from here unless we see a hard shift. But as close to the river as we are, it's very likely on phase 4 to come down this direction and keep them in basically the center of the zone. Watch Cube, duel coming in.
Duel pull up. Team Razav, they're in a 2-2 split. 2 north of the river in Cube, 2 on the south side. Fisher and Beleda looking over in that direction. Empire also looking over in this direction as well, as Duel starts to slowly push their way and start clearing things out. Martin's going to drop the smokes, try to slow them down just a little bit. K-Minded Wooly working the outside while Linksy and Penta play that SWAT role of kicking down the doors and trying to find their man.
They're not overcommitting. They know that this is unlikely to stay in the zone. So throwing bodies that they could easily lose, even if they're able to get the revive or get the clear, it's not that much of a priority position. A great grenade on a fake takes fake down. H11 dropped low as well by Gooners. They're starting to make their presence known in this round, but look at the high ground that Dots have. They could easily be looking over at this and taking both these teams out.
There's so much action happening on this southeastern side of the zone, as Baki has now joined the rest of his team. Toyo starting to look down here as well, at least Capitan from Toyo. The rest of the boys still in Boatyard. Capitan just going to rain down grenades right on top, and they have been on point as he's going to get 2 with the vehicle explosion. I don't even think Trisk and Baki know he's there, as Gooner's trying to finish off Shane Doe. Shane Doe not going to let it happen, though. As now Gooners down to just Greg Shot GG, but he'll go out. Gooners out in 15th place, but they are sitting comfy with 91 points, 2nd place overall.
Man, Dots, they went for a play. They're not that safe in the top 8, and they went for an aggressive move to try and make it more secure. They lost 2 players in the meantime, but the alternative is rushing in towards Ruins, and I think they just feel a lot more comfortable at least taking the fight here. 55. H11 Jr. got picked on up, but now the peak by Capitan. The amount of freedom that Toyo have because of their position on the leaderboard, they can just take these duels all day with no fear, and that's going to give them so much more strength in the fight. We all know how important confidence can be on taking wide swings.
While this is all happening on the north side, Duel showing out. They managed to eliminate Team Razov there, up to 5 kills, and they are now tied for 15th with Certito. So it is not set in stone that Duel will be the last place team. They are on a heater right now. Emmy will get taken down. Capitan barely gets out of there as Benya going to try to sneak up, and Bliss didn't see him. Oh no.
Emmy gets taken care of. Killed by LFP. So Wuju 2, they've had a quiet start to the day, but let's see if they can't have a final 2-round turnaround like we saw yesterday. They're secure in the top 8. But it's about ego. It's about confidence. And it's about Benya now sneaking over, seeing if he can't catch Dots unawares. Capitan giving some information and providing some distraction. Outlaws get eliminated. H11 Jr. out deep in the blue. Doesn't hurt too much yet, but once it hits phase 5 in less than a minute, that's when the pain really happens from the blue zone.
Yeah, I mean, either way, a little bit too little too late for 55 is they're down to just 1, and that point threshold is getting further and further away, as Duel will just continue death balling, and they're going to run right into Savage. We'll take him out, and that's going to be another kill in their bag. But Certito got one as well, so still tied down there at 21 points apiece. But they've got all 4 alive. Certito down to 2. And where even are Certito on the map? Okay, they're down way off to the south here. And they've got potentially dangerous kind of looking down their sights at them. Toyo, meanwhile, just still playing around in the waves as long as they can.
Slow arrival by Empire. They have a good angle down onto the Duel playing around the low ground, but the circle hard shift southwest. Empire have quick access to it, but the cover to make it there, the cover to play out from once they are there, that's a different conversation entirely. Doobie goes down to Valley 8. Another kill for Empire, and then Wooly gets knocked. Do Empire stick around to confirm Duel? I don't know if they would want to. I think that they would just want to try and find a way into the zone, but again, my eyes go to the minimap. There's really not that much to play. Michael's doing the good job of pushing forward. This position that Firefly are in, this is where Empire likely have their sights set.
That's a good job from Jappa. Kind of landing those shots on a Michael as well. Good trade between those two. And now the rest of Duel is starting to arrive. Or, I'm sorry, the rest of Empire, rather. They're going to send 2 in the vehicle and try to do a little bit of drive-by action here while Michael gets the heal off. And Firefly is just dug in like a tick inside that compound. Jappa gets taken a little bit low once again, but all eyes for Firefly is pointed off to the north, as Empire has now secured a foothold in the new zone. Duel back up to full strength though, but K-Mine just gets knocked.
Yeah. Instantly re-knocked right back on his feet. And right now, Duel, they can't really push on Empire confidently. Not only does Empire have the high ground over them, they're going to be shot from teams to the south if they do so, but alternatively, the only other move is to push into Ruins where, yeah, there might be some weakened teams, but it's still a lot of individual players. Dot's hiding out. Nick from San Crismo hiding out. We have Toyo, at least Capitan, working his way through. So it's a bit of a minefield in solo snakes. But still, does Duel, like, do they even have the confidence that they can come out of this healthy?
I mean, I think you got to. I mean, right now, the kill feed, you see Empire taking knocks. And Firefly is taking knocks. This is great news for Dots. If they can find the knock on a Capitan, but hot and spicy gets roasted. And now Bliss has been spotted as well. This could be it for Dots. Just bad news if Empire can turn things on here. But Fireflies, they're going to find 2 off of Empire. And Valiate very low. Adam very low as well. They're hiding in the smoke just on the outside of zone. Firefly holding extremely strong.
Yeah, and this is a fight for 8th place. This is only game 5 of 6, but if Firefly can overtake Empire's position with this hold, it could do a lot for their confidence going into game 6, but Certito sneaks up from behind them. Kane goes down. Kane gets killed. NCLS confirms that one. And now Duel come charging in. They aren't going to go into Ruins. They are going to charge and join up in this melee of a battle royale here on this one high ground compound.
They hear the shots. They see the kill feed. They feel like they got a chance at it. But Wooly going to go down to a grenade from NCLS. He's going to get knocked low. He's going to get knocked out as Jappa finds the angle. Certito down to just Robert. Duel still have 2 on their feet, playing from the south side. Potentially Dangerous is starting to make their way from the south as well, as the west side is starting to get lit here. Bliss will go down as Dots will go down in 9th place. And now that will be Certito's out as well. Firefly still 2 alive, trying to hold the line against Duel.
Yeah, and the circle has pulled away from this position. So this fight has all been just for kills, just for points, just for placements, not even for positioning. Lynxie goes down to Famasa Slabby. What a powerful weapon in the right hands. And he's trying to let this rip, goes for the confirm. K-Mine gets eliminated as well. Duel go down in 7th place. A lot more active, a lot more confidence. Got a couple of kills this round, but weren't able to go far enough. And here comes Adam striking onto Andrew.
Oh, Empire absolutely needs to find something here with 2 players left. If they can at least get rid of Fireflies, they can kind of separate themselves a little bit more, secure that hold on 7th, and get out of the running here. Dots is right on the cusp as well, even though they're out with 1 game to play. It is anybody's game for 8th place. What a great grenade. We'll find Jappa. Ooh, doesn't get the knock though, as Empire got the right read here. They know potentially Dangerous is pushing. They've left Gabri back inside the zone in the compound though. So PD, this is all really just trying to finish off and trying to get more points for themselves here.
Yeah, grenades, they can be incredibly lethal sometimes, but depending on how that one bounced, I also imagine Jappa prone down and potentially with a level 3 armor on can do a lot to weather the storm. Blue is closing in. Adam has pushed forward, but attention to the east as Valiant does find
There you go, Valiant.
Yeah, Wuju2 now central position, or center enough, the most center there is. DNL solo player, Benya solo player. Can Wuju2 find them all and then just have full focus on the west?
A lot of snakes in the grass. Still 4 alive, as you said, for Wuju2 and potentially Dangerous. And we've now made it to our top 4 as DNL gets spotted. Or actually just goes down to the zone, rather. So it's a 4v4, v2v1. But Benya, I don't think Wuju2 knows exactly where he is, but it looks like they have a really good idea of where Empire is. They're sending sneak attack and fakes in to take care of him. As you see Fana, oh, yeah, they're running real close over to Benya territory.
Yeah, and it goes down, fakes in with the double.
Clean from Wuju too.
Yeah, they have really good position now, and they wanted this. They wanted this spread. They wanted this high ground to finally take on potentially dangerous, but Benya strikes, finds one, finds another, goes for the duel against LFP. This is a 1v1. The other members of Wuju are too far away to be an immediate threat. Suddenly, Wuju's plans of taking this game into their own hands and stealing it from potentially dangerous is all gone awry because a solo member of Toyo.
That snake in the grass. And remember, this was phase 6 that we're down to our top 4. So Erangel is bloody and violent these days, guys, just in case you weren't aware. And I don't expect that to change in our final game of the day as we wait this one out to see who will come away with our penultimate win of the night. Benya getting knocked very low by a nice grenade from Itz, and It's just going to go ahead and try to push on up, but might have a misread. Yeah, there you go. He's going to spot him out. Benya will go down, and now potentially dangerous. Starting to work their way in towards the circle. Wushu 2 a little bit separated, though. They've got 2 up close and sneak attack off in the distance.
Circle favors. At least from top down favors Wuju 2, but terrain-wise, they had this little fort to cover in. I don't know if there's much more beyond that. Sneak attack has a nice little, slightly higher ground angle, but the man advantage are potentially dangerous. I can't help but favor them. Though good damage from LFP drops Gabriel down to about half. Theros eyes on sneak attack. Spray cannot send him to the dirt just yet.
One more would have hit. All right, what's the util looking like? A lot of some potentially dangerous. They've been sitting in that compound for a long time now. So you gotta imagine they're still sitting with pretty full pockets. Yeah. And they're able to get Itz and Theros off to the west, kind of go for a little bit of a wrap, although it does look like Theros has been spotted out. I don't think Itz has. So he might be able to pull off, sneak around the side. As long as Slabby and Gabri can keep these guys' attention. Yep, Itz managed to sneak in from behind. Fakes in, though. He's going to spot out Gabri. That's going to be the first knock. Can he get another one on a Slabby? No, Slabby will win that 1v1. And Theros will get him low, and Itz, there you go. He's going to strike, finds sneak attack, and now it's all down to LFP.
Really good idea of Wuju 2 once they realize that it's surely not. Okay, wait a second. Hold that thought.
Maybe?
This is much more important. Oh!
Oh. Come on, you got it, Theros, I believe.
Stick on Theros.
I believe.
Please go for the game-winning shot with the crossbow. That's all I want. No, stop!
Oh, now be careful, boys. A hard peek in there. Theros. He's just gonna keep hearing these arrows just sail over his head. There you go. At least get one. Get the flush with it. Come on, I believe Theros.
We need a proper kill.
A million flashbangs later.
Running into his own team's blue zone grenades. Okay, that is. It's got it.
It's got it.
A little underwhelming, but still good win for potentially dangerous. Wuju 2 had some good moves in the end, but Itz and the rest of the squad coming out with the chicken dinner.
Really nicely played there from potentially dangerous, and I like how active they were, making sure that they were able to send a couple up there to third party that fight, but it's still maintaining their position inside that zone just to make sure that just in case anybody sent it wildly at the last minute that they wouldn't lose out on their spot. So very well played by them, but they're at the top of the leaderboard for a reason.
Yeah, exactly. Well, speaking of leaderboard. Yeah, well, anyway, we have one game left. I know you guys all want to see the leaderboard as much as we do, so we're going to quickly go to highlights and then come back and set us up for the final game of Last Chance Qualifier.
A great win for Potentially Dangerous, but I'm going to be honest. I think all of us would have loved to have seen that last kill come with the bow. Well, I guess the crossbow, not the bow and arrow. I think they meant to. I think it was just him spraying to keep him looking in that direction so they could get this fun kill at the end. And he just happened to not be able to get headshots. Match results time, Cameron. Potentially Dangerous, 19. Good time for it.
Yeah, I mean, Potentially Dangerous, Muchu2, Toyo, yeah, they were on the top. As Poro said at the start, that is not where our interest is. It's Empire Gaming with 10 points. Firefly with 6. And I mean, Duel with 8? Do we really want to look at that? Yeah, this one. Do we really
Hell
want to?
yeah, we want to look at that. They got a placement point, man. I think that might be their only one they've gotten so far this tournament.
But they got 7 kills. And you know, K-Mine was in chat saying only 40 more in the next game. So
that's it.
We'll see what happens. But that's one of those teams too where like you can see them being like, all right, let's just unlock and go duo smack people, and all of a sudden they come out with some random crazy amount of numbers. So we'll wait. They are in our comparison. Here's the head-to-head is Toyo and Duel. Duel enjoying a little bit of press here at the end of this thing. Toyo much deserved, as they have had probably one of the biggest point days in a while.
For them?
Yeah.
We just had the
live.
117 Falcons.
150. What are they at right now? What does that say?
Now get your son in here to do the math for us.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that. I hate you both. All right,
Well,
let's look at the
this is where it starts getting interesting.
All right, Boro, break it down for me.
All right, so everybody, we've been pounding it in. It's 8th place and above goes on to the grand final. That 8th place cut line right now, Firefly holding on, but just barely, as Dots also with 57 points. I believe the tiebreaker is placement points, and that's why Firefly is ahead currently. But Dots, I gotta say, they've been looking pretty impressive, and they've been looking like they're wanting to go out and find fights, look for fights, get those kills. And Firefly, they've been playing a little bit more on the cautious side, trying to hold on to their spot. So I would not be at all surprised to see Dots overtake them here.
I think this works in the favor of Forever and Spire a little bit, though, for me, Cameron, because Dots and Firefly being that close, I feel like it often inspires a defensive mentality from both of those teams on the cusp. And so if 10 and 11 come out aggressive, there's a world where they come out and they earn those points very quickly and then put even more pressure on 8 and 9. But do you think it is just those two teams we're sort of watching in this race? Or what should we be aware of as we go into this last match?
I mean, 55 are only 3 points behind Zvire, so you kind of have to include them there, but 13 and below, there's no chance, there's no shot. But I do agree with what you're saying, though, about how Forever and Zvire, they have nothing to lose going for aggressive maneuvers. Even Dots, even if they're not in the top 8, in the back of their mind, there could be the demon on their shoulder saying, well, if Firefly go out and you can farm a couple of placements on top of them, but no, I mean, I'm with Poro. Dots are the ones, and they've shown that they're more likely to do this, but they need to be the ones making the aggressive moves. I'm with Poro. I think Dots are going to overtake Firefly.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way that they've been playing, especially when you go back to the start of yesterday, I remember Dots opened up on Erangel very, very strong to open out LCQ, and here we are finishing on our last Erangel match where they've already proven they know how to put points together. So I am on that side. I think this is going to be exciting. I think it'll be fun too, Poro, because Dots has proven again and again to be a sort of fan favorite. Yeah, like we've got our duel. Clearly people love Gooners for their own reasons. But at the end of the day, Dots has been someone that I think everybody has really been happy to see these guys doing well. When you talk about Shane Doe, Joshy, Hot and Spicy Bliss, community members, streamers, and to be honest, Hot and Spicy has actually impressed me a lot at this event. I've enjoyed watching some of the clutch plays that Hot and Spicy has pulled out of some big moments.
Yeah, no, I mean, all of those guys have had moments where they've shown like they belong, they deserve to make it to a grand finals lobby, right? So it's been a little bit of a rough sled today, but like I said, I mean, we've seen it so many times in the past where teams that are just trying to desperately hold on to that last place spot and play cautiously just get passed. And so Firefly can't have that mentality going in. I think you hit the nail on that, Cam. I think Dots is in that mentality of let's go take what's ours, while Firefly is just trying to hold on to it. So unless that changes here in the final game, I see Dots passing him. And again, this is Erangel, which has been completely wheels off the last when you get to the final days. So expect to see another hot drop here Who knows who it'll be and who knows where it'll
yeah.
be, but I would definitely expect it.
I think some of those bottom teams especially are going to go out there and just cause trouble right out of the gate. And I like what you're saying about Firefly. My biggest fear for them is when we go back over their play today, all of their big point turnouts have been moments when they were forced to take sort of difficult fights, when their back was against the wall. They come out and they fight well, but it's not something that they're actively seeking. So we'll see if that continues. Guys, it is time for the final match of the last chance qualifiers. It's the grassy pastures of Erangel, and when it's over, 8 teams will advance to the grand final. 8 teams will go home and only be able to remember the choices that prevented them from getting there. You don't want that to happen. You want to make this a good game. It's a great plane. It's a great start. Let's go, Karen and Poro. Take it away.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, we get that hot drop once again between Zvire and Tilt Town in Yasnaya. We'll keep eyes on that and see how that plays out. Now, overall, not too terribly impactful on the leaderboard, I wouldn't think, unless Zvire can win that clean and then go on an absolute tear. But eyes on everywhere else on the map too. You know what I'm feeling here, Cam? Honestly,
What?
Millie.
I know. I'm not.
It just feels like it, doesn't it?
Dude, this whenever the circle touches the water at the bottom like that, I can't stop. I have to hold my breath until we see phase 1.
Oh,
Okay. Okay, finally,
look out.
finally, we get a semi-normal circle. Good, solid, fair relationship with the plane path as well. No wrenches thrown into the machinery just yet. And this is also good for this drop that we're looking at Yasnaya with Zvire and Tilton. Even if Zvire want to go aggressive onto Tilton, which I wouldn't recommend it again with Zvire's position on the leaderboard, they have an opportunity to overtake a couple of different teams and make their way in. Which, yeah, sure, Tilton, a couple of kills early, that could help them. But at the same time, you're potentially throwing a game away in a hot drop. So I don't agree with it. But regardless, if they do want to leave this position, they have very quick access to a better central circle 1 position.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a very slim margin that Zvire has here, but you know, it's something, all right. And so I think if you've got the time to really suss this out and figure out how to win this straight up, get 4 points in your pocket while you have the zone on top of you, then that's definitely the route you should take. As we see, I think Rezav and Certito actually got a knock on a Rezav from a long way away, so not sure if that's been flushed just yet. But 55 in shelter, dead center circle, all the good it's gonna do him.
Dude, yeah, you're referencing Certito and Rezav. That's happening at Quarry. And looking at where those 2 teams are on the leaderboard, don't really care. It's not gonna have any impact. We might as well be seeing Toyo and potentially Dangerous fighting each other early.
Yeah, and okay, it's not gonna have like a very obvious impact, right? Like these guys are just kind of playing out the string, right? But that is potential points for these teams that are in the running, that are going off the board, right? So it's a small thing, but it's still a thing, right? So yeah, either way, it doesn't matter. Rezav got the res, they got him back on his feet. And now this is a little bit more concerning. Gooners very close to Faku. Fake is actually all by himself for 55. The rest of the guys nowhere near, and don't look like they have any interest in pushing either. Is Bunt waiting to push in? He's gonna wins the 1v1 with the M16. Hate to see it.
Lord. Yeah, that's You would imagine Fake would get that knock every other day of the week. Granted, he would probably get traded by Gooners before he can go for the flush, how close they all were. But regardless, Bud doesn't even give him the opportunity to try. And now another fight by 55. This time, other members of their team are pushing onto Linksy, who is a solo member of Duel. These are fights over some really powerful positions in the center of phase 1. So it makes sense why they're going to be going for it. Linksy with the spray gets the double through the smoke. Great play. Good performance coming out. Will it be enough for Duel to make it to the top 8? Probably not, but it feels good regardless. They're not in last place anymore.
Kiwi magic is back on the menu, boys, as Duel climbs out of the cellar and finds their way into 15th place. That is all you could really ask for at this point if you're a Duel fan. And cheer for them in the chat. Spam those emotes. Duel is not dead yet. 55 Esports, though, well, they might be setting up for next time here very shortly, as they are down to just Trisk And Sertito and Rezev still fighting over in Quarry.
No, because you're right. That these two teams fighting might not do anything to each other on the leaderboard and really impact who's going to qualify or not. But there have been times that there's been so much random, unimpactful scrapping outside of the zone in early games like this that it kind of means that the teams that are trying to play the game proper don't have the opportunities that they usually do if it wouldn't have been the last game of the series. So I do want to give props to Rezav for pulling away from that. Not like it's going to affect their game or not, but it will give teams like Svire, it will give teams like Dots a greater chance of qualifying.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're one of these teams on the cusp, if you're Fireflies or Dots, if you're Dots and you find yourself in a position where you need like one more point and you got to take a fight with a team, you'd much rather go up against somebody like Sertito or Duel or Tilt Town than go up against somebody from like Toyo, potentially dangerous, or Gooners, right? So it's just the nature of how it is, right? So you're not trying to be mean to anybody, but it's the way it is forever. Meanwhile, they're going to set up around farm, and it looks like Sam Crismo is cutting right towards that eastern side of Death Road, just to the north of Duel and just to the south of Gooners. But keep an eye on Sam Crismo. They might push a little bit further and get into Gooners territory as the Dots, well, they're set up nicely. A little 2-1-1, very defendable. Like this position from them.
It's a really good early game spot. They're looking for action. They're not playing too safe. They're not playing overly cautious. Wuju2 looked like they might have wanted to push on them, and there is potentially Dangerous as well. Another incredibly aggressive team and another team that has really nothing to lose. So I wonder if Dots are actually pulling away already just from a couple of shots of Wuju2. Though, no, I'm looking at the map. There is a member of potentially Dangerous towards the south of that building that is getting kind of danger close. Yeah, but Fireflies, on the other hand, they're playing a bit more safe with this positioning north of Pachinki.
Yeah, well, Wuju2 in vehicles, and it looks like they're heading away and going off to the north. So Dots and potentially Dangerous will still be close by each other, but it looks like Wuju2 will dip on that. Fireflies in the north side of Pachinki, Toyo just off to their north. And it looks like Fireflies are perfectly content just holding down that spot as we've got a late rotating Empire. No harm in that. They saw the circle go far away. We've seen the what do we even call them now? Liquid. It used to be TSM, used to be STK, used to be 5 other things, but this is something that we've seen from them time after time after time. If they always drop South George. If the circle cuts away, they'll just take their time, make sure they loot up very, very as much as they can before they make their eventual move in here.
Ooh, okay, Cloud Zero goes down. Zvire crashing onto Tilt. Or are they holding? No, Zvire were here first. This makes us even more unfortunate. Triple with a great grenade on Carvero, but
Trimble's causing problems right now. He's got the mini, and he's going to get to Rebo before he's able to get the heal off. And now it's all down to Kalnix once again as Vire, their no good, very bad day continues. As Tilt Town will, beautifully placed right in his pocket. Zero puts the grenade, and that is going to do it for Zvire. They go out in 16th place here in our final game of the day.
Hey, catch. Really good grenade by Zero. I think he's going to like that because there have been a couple of moments for today specifically that Zero, specifically of Tilt Town, has kind of had some struggling moments. So good ending to the tournament by having a great play like that at the very least. Even if, like other teams, not going to do much for them on the leaderboard. It's going to have to be the most ridiculous game if they end up in top 8. But you know what? 34 to 57? It's not impossible if it comes with the win.
With 3 up, yeah, sure, yeah. Let's root for that.
I just said it wasn't impossible. The statistical chances of it happening.
Yeah, I'll pull out my TI-86 and figure that out real quick.
Yeah, bring Toffee's son in here.
Yeah. Once again, Dots and potentially Dangerous just kind of poking at each other from range. No real intent there, but problem for Dots, or potentially Dangerous rather, is Rezav has just made the rotation in behind them. Sertito as well. You can see it on the map as the circle is closing in. Toffee's letting us know where the hot spot is going to be, And yes, indeed, it is right there onto Dots. Now it looks like potentially Dangerous might actually just be sending it into the Dots boys as they're trying to get into the vehicle and escape at the same time. The new circle does pop and it's going to go off to the north. A lot of field, a lot of open area left in that one. Potentially Dangerous has managed to scare Dots away, or have they? A little jousting going on here as Bliss will stop things down and take the spray, but beautiful shots with that M249 will force him off.
There seem to be some mixed comms here between Dots. I thought they were going to be backing away, but Bliss is left alone, hiding behind a rock. It's taken out by a grenade by Slabby. That's not a good start to Dots. They need to have a good round in order to make it to the top 8, losing a member already, and then a send from Sortinos into Razab. A double knock from Fish, or at least a knock into a kill, traded out by Robert.
The fight that refused to end here is now Sam Crismo also getting a few off of Gooners. The second circle pops and everybody decides that now is the time to strike. Lopez trying to make the run, but he's going to get spotted out by Greg's shot. Bunt still bleeding out as Sam Crow and Nick will send it in. Greg's down to about half HP, holding the line. He is blind as a bat. Sam Crow will use that to his advantage. And just like that, the Gooners are out, but they are secure in their top spot. We will be seeing them at the grand final.
We will indeed. Ready to strike more harassment-based fear into their opponents up there. I mean, Greg shot, we saw the pre-fire despite being blind, but yeah, the HP wouldn't have helped them much more either. So Wujitu now shots towards the Atom in the Sky. Empire coming in from the north. They're going to be benefited heavily by this hard shift up this direction. Curry goes down to K-Mind. He's going to confirm that kill. 3 kills for Duel on the round so far. Climbing higher and higher. And Trisk gets a kill onto Savage. So yeah, I mean, phase 2, I don't know if it's because of game 6 or because of this circle, hardship up north, but there is a lot of immediate fighting.
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot of splits that all kind of ran into each other all at the same time. Sam Crow, or Sam Crismo rather, will take out Trimble. Should be able to get Nick back on his feet, I would think, but they are under fire from Forever, from a long way away. Meanwhile, you still have Duel, you still have Outlaws, and you still got that never mind, you don't have that solo player of Trisk from 55 Esports, as they are out in 14th place.
Good shot by Wooly. How much more damage can Duel do? They're swinging around through shelter, chasing down Outlaws. Listen, they are playing like they have a chance to make it into the top 8, so you know what? Let's go along for the ride. Wooly with another knock onto Gump. Solo member of Outlaws following up from behind this caravan of terror. And K-Mine with a great spray gets another kill. Wooly's gone down, but Jerway's the last member standing for Outlaws.
Jeez, Duel got out the gaming mice for this for these last 2 games, as they have turned things on here, and they will finish off Outlaws as Duel up to 7 kills. Wooly will get flushed out, unfortunately, so Duel will have to play it out as 3, but Sam Crow now wants a piece of this as well. The rest of the team is slowly arriving. Duel, let's see how quickly they can get a read on exactly what is happening here. DNL already taking shots from range. Meanwhile, potentially Dangerous. They're taking this fight up against Dots. Dots already down 1. They've now lost Shane Doe. Joshy gonna throw a grenade. Nicely timed. We'll get Slabby down to about 63 and put a pause on things. But Dots now just down to Hot and Spicy and Joshy, as they are 1 point behind Fireflies. Fireflies still with 4 up. They are outside of the zone, but potentially Dangerous could potentially remove Dots from the grand final.
They're doing it. They've already gotten 2 of them taken care of. Hot Spicy and Joshy running away with the tail between their legs. They're on their back foot ever since that first knock, ever since that fight that Bliss took. And now looking back over towards Sam Crismo versus Duel. I think it's all down to Pentalol. It started off so spectacularly. Can Penta try and save Duel's chances? A solo player against Sam Crismo. Lopez holding a grenade, and Valiant takes Tilt Town out. Similar moment that Duel get eliminated. 10 teams remain.
All right, just like that, Circle 3, 32 alive, just as everyone predicted. 9 teams remaining. Empire has the lion's share of the center of the zone. They are looking pretty good in 7th place, 63 points overall. Fireflies, meanwhile, they're on Potato Hill, just out of zone, playing very, very cautiously. Dots, the duo, has managed to escape Death Road And they have found a spot inside the zone. You can see them on the mini map just to the south of Wuju 2. Wuju 2 holding down the compound, just taking shots at range. And forever. And a Dorito almost getting the knock there onto Valley 8. Forever in a big 2-2 split. They've got Sam Crismo off to their east, and Certito still coming in from the south. Potentially dangerous as well. We'll see if potentially dangerous gets any closer to dots once again.
It's not quite Game 6 scrims level of chaos, but 9 teams alive, 32 players alive, half the lobby up in Phase 3 is a bit earlier than usual, is a bit earlier than the game usually goes, especially when it's not like a military circle on Miramar, on Erangel like this. So we'll be interested to see how much space that gives these teams to play around with. Potentially dangerous. They're running into the space held by Firefly, but no knock, and Totino's come swinging on by. What is going on? Varus got the knock!
That shot? You're kidding me. Sam Crismo, Lopez will try to get over here, and maybe Sam Crow can provide some support as well. They've got grenades. They've got him in range. Sam Crow from way downtown. I cannot believe that Varus hits that shot from that car, doing what that car was doing. Sam Crow will find the first knock on Varus. The flush will come through from Lopez. Robert and NCLS now the last two remaining inside the dip. The smokes will slow things down for a little bit. 9 kills for Sam Crismo here in their final game as they are showing up and showing out. NCLS, the spray through the smoke, not going to be enough from Lopez.
No, not quite. It looked good for a start. Circle does favor them. Pretty medium hard shift southeast, but they got to take care of this fight first. Back over to Firefly, running from the blue, potentially dangerous. Right behind them, Kane goes down. It has been a monster, whether he's in a solo lurk position or in the full squad. And now Firefly, where are they going? I don't even think they know.
Oh, they're in trouble. They just tried to send it, and they were fortunate enough to get out of there before potentially dangerous could really spring the trap that they had laid. They lose 1 in the process, but they're still alive. Now potentially dangerous and Toyo trading shots between each other. Meanwhile, Certito and Sam Crismo still fighting over this dip. NCLS barely surviving against the grenades. Robert as well, 2 HP to his name. Robert will find the knock onto Lopez, but Sam Crow is still hiding out in the smoke as Fireflies now get spotted out by Toyo. Wuju 2 are down. It's down to just 1 for Fireflies. It's Andrew. He's getting shot at from every direction. Somehow still staying alive. He's got to stop in the middle of the road, but that's not going to be a good place to go. Fireflies is out, and Dots will pass them with the placement point.
He couldn't go down there because of that single placement point. The worst timing at all. And now Sam Crismo, they also get eliminated. Certito, they're getting a couple of kills. They're going to try and overtake Duel and get out of this last place spot. But on the leaderboard, eyes on Forever, eyes on Dots. Those are the 2 teams that will be fighting over that 8th place position. But Forever, they do not have a single kill. And they need 9 points to overtake Dots. They have 4 versus Dots is 2. And so if they can hang on and make it to the late game, then they could possibly overtake it. But the way that they're playing right now, the way that they're sort of just holding out in the center, playing on the low ground, playing in the dip, they're playing the type of safety that you cannot win with.
They're playing for the win, though. I mean, they're dead center circle. That's probably their best bet. It's a stretch, to be sure. Joshy will get taken down by Slavy, and now it is just down to Hot and Spicy. Might be able to get that res though, as Wuju 2 is kind of forcing Toyo to pull back a little bit. The grenades coming in from Emmy, but he gets knocked. Another one comes through, but it's going to go a little bit too far, potentially dangerous. That one's going to be right on time, but that's a flashbang as they are going to continue pushing onto this. Hot and Spicy just waiting for them to reveal themselves, and no, Dots will go down. But will it be enough? They're in 8th place by a single point. Forever, they have to do, what is that? They're in 50 points now with the placement. They are 8 points behind, and they are all 4 alive, and they are just turtling.
Yeah, I don't like that, but what you say is correct. They're playing for the end game. Let's see what they can do with the resources come that position. Right now, Toyo pushing on a potentially dangerous. Smokes to stop the push into the compound, but a lot of grenades onto their position that they had just taken from Dots, and Wuju 2 coming in from the north. Wuju 2 are holding onto the central position in this circle or close to it. Mostly they're going to be using their position to gatekeep this southern approach. Sneak attack now approaching up to help Fakes in with the MG3.
think all it's going to take from Forever is the win and 1 kill. But that's still asking a lot. There's still some big heavy hitters out in this lobby. Empire still 4 strong on the north side. Wuju 2, they're getting involved. Oyo potentially dangerous. They're taking knocks left and right, but Wuju 2 has angles on this. Nobody's shooting in their back. They have the freedom to play around, as Benya will get spotted out by LFP. Capitan and Pippa, the rest of the boys still alive at the top of the hill, but they are right on top of potentially dangerous. You can see there on the mini map, they're always looking downhill, trying to see if they can take out one of these Wuju 2 members, but they've got more pressing matters at hand at the moment, you would think.
Hey, potentially dangerous. They did their job. They came into this game like a sledgehammer. Now Theraz, M249, peeking up and over with the information from Slabby, but Pippa is holding the window. Slabby's all that's left. Oh, potentially dangerous. Wins the 1v1. Now it's all up to Capitan.
Capitan only 34 bullets left as well. He knows exactly where Slabby is. He's eaten the blue zone damage. This is actually Certitos that are taking the shots at this from range, but Wuju 2, they're hard pushing up here. They leave the compound. They leave LFP alone to hold the compound down by himself, and Michael is actually going to get one. There you go. Fana will be the one to finish off Capitan. Wuju 2 up to 7 kills, and we are down to our top 4. All eyes on Forever, but the first knock has come through, and Empire is coming down on top of Forever.
They're going for the kills. They don't know that they're as secure as we do, but still, this is bad news for Forever. They're trying to farm placement points from this position, and Empire are going to make it almost impossible for them to do it. Grenades onto the vehicle. He's going for the revival to Scooby, but the blue zone might be enough. It's not double stack, so it's not going to be an insta kill, but he's sticking the res. You got to go for your own heals. And now they're out. Now Dots are in top 8. We have the top 8 confirmed. The rest is just a victory lap. And for Certito, let's see what they can do in the rest of their final game of this event.
Dots fans thanking Empire right now for that clean push that came through. Wuju 2 will be leaving their compound. I think they know that Certito is down to their south, but they don't know exactly where. They definitely didn't know that Robert was in there, as it looks like they left Fana behind. So Wuju 2 going for the wide flank wrap from the west, using that little bit of hillside and high ground to work with, get shots onto Empire. The circle pops. It's going to go hard south. Empire cannot stay at that compound. Fana now has spotted out NCLS. It's a 1v1, but now Fakes In has arrived as well. And it's turned into a 2v2 as Robert comes in. NCLS down to about a quarter health, as the rest of the Wuju 2 boys managed to crash the wall and get in clean.
The MG3 are ascending into the top floor. All into Robert. Throws another piece of utility, but I think the Molotov it missed. Yeah, you can see the fire there on the ground floor. 15 HP. Robert needs to heal on up. He's got a couple of first aid kits, but that doesn't feel great when it's the entirety of Wuju 2. Eyes on your position. Still more utility thrown your way, while Empire are just hanging out on the north. Spray comes out. Can't quite get the first, and now goes down to LFP's grenade. Top 2 teams, Wuju 2 and Empire, 4v4. Who's going to come out on top with the final game of the night?
This is tough, man. Wuju 2 has that compound, and they have a little bit of high ground, and Empire just has that ridge line to work around. This is, I mean, it's good stuff. Fakes In. Oh, that's not what you want to see. Fakes In. Take down LFP, but Empire, they're not going to act on that. They instead just hold on to the position that they have. They like the spot that they have. Sneak attack going to try to escape from the compound, get on the other side of the road, maybe catch them from a different angle, but you have to imagine that Empire heard that vehicle. Yeah, the shot's already coming through, so they read him like a book.
Yeah, but watch the links. Massive damage from this weapon. If he's able to get up to a higher position on this hillside, he doesn't know that it's free. He thinks there might be a member of Empire hanging out just on the opposite end. But if he is eventually able to make his way up there while the rest of the team is pushing up to the north, this is a nice counter crossfire to respond to Empire's own spread.
Oh my goodness. There's good counter smokes coming in from Empire, but Michael gets taken so low right there. Unfortunately, Wuju 2 not in a spot where they can capitalize off of that. You can see the utility for Empire. They've got a few grenades left, a lot of flashbangs, a lot of smokes. They have stuff to work with here if they can kind of stick this one out a little bit longer. Again, it's only phase 6 once again. Now we're down to our 4v4. So there's a lot of time left in this one. They can be as careful and cautious with this as they'd like.
When they have the time to look for these angles, to look for these shots. Smoke gets sneak attack picked on up. It is going to be a retreat back to the west, but we have about 13 seconds to go before phase 7. As far as we know, this is going to hard shift over towards the east across the road. So I mean, I understand that they want to use the high ground and the hard cover from these compounds, but I still think sneak attack's position could be a useful tool. But no, it's going to be a medium shift their way. Maybe they just knew something about the next shift. Maybe they could read it, and they knew that they would have a big advantage in phase 7.
Yeah, that must have been it. No, I think the thing was sneak attack's position would have been great had he not been spotted, right? So like at that time, he was just getting peppered. He was not able to free peek that as much as they would like to. The problem with this right now for both teams really is that neither one can really reposition in a way that the other team wouldn't be able to read, right? Like, you know exactly where these guys are. Now, if Empire can find, I mean, I don't know if there's any way for them to get across the road, but Fauna kind of holding on to that spot on the north side just in case they try it. Meanwhile, the rest of Wuzhu 2 just playing the roofs. And all Empire can really do is just play this ridge line, go for peaks, pull back down, and then re-peak from a different angle.
See a couple of smokes on the side of Michael, but no aggressive utility. Valiant's got a couple of frags, but it's going to be risky to get in throwing range to get any of those inside the building, much less hope that it lands in a room that a victim is in. So I think it's going to have to just be a number of really, really good shots coming out from Empire in order to take this win. The advantage on the side of Wuzhu 2 is actually insane.
I think there's also a lot of fear on the side of Empire, knowing that there's a Lynx in play, right? So that makes going for these peaks all that much more dangerous. You don't want to give up your helmets this early on, knowing that you've got a lot more time here. So maybe playing it a little bit more cautiously. They're trying to see if they can play back far enough to where they can catch one of these guys that's playing the rooftops. But they just don't have any of those big heavy hitting type of weapons. And there you go, Fakes a nice spray with the MK12. But this, I mean, I don't know if there's anything that Wuzhu 2 can really do off of that. I think it's just try to get the damage down, take the armor, take the helmets, and then wait.
It's their game to lose. So yeah, there's no need to like run out and try and brute force the 4v3 and stop the res or anything like that you would see in other situations. Right now, it's just
any grenades either. Otherwise,
well, that too. Yeah, they probably burned most, if not all of them, on that push towards the south, towards the Toyo and potentially dangerous. But there's also like really no need to. They have the game. It's up to Empire to get the knocks of their own. Other than that, Wuzhu 2 should just win by default.
Well, Empire still has plenty of smokes, and they still have this little bit of side of the road to work with. They're just taking their time, hoping that maybe they can catch somebody making a mistake. That last circle shift was kind of they were putting all their chips and hoping that maybe it would pull away from the compound. Unfortunately, it didn't. Now Empire has to come up with a new plan. They've got vehicles if they want to decide to do something real crazy. I don't think they will, though.
Yeah, this is actually pretty aggressive as far as phase 8 shifts are concerned. This is about as hard as a phase 8 shift can go, and the fact that it still favors the compound so much. This game wanted Wuzhu 2 to win. That's all you can say about it. Smokes come out, Empire. This is the time that they need to go. They need to try and get that cross. But Finna's getting lit up. Michael's getting lit up. They haven't even set foot on the road yet, and they're already being stalled out.
If they can get to that wall, it would be absolutely huge.
Yeah.
But that is asking a lot. And I think LFP is reading that as well. He's trying to get up there as quickly as he possibly can. More smoke's getting laid down. They've got the vehicles. They're just going to go ahead and try to send it in the vehicles. And Adam has that Panzerfaust in hand, getting ready to take the shot. Sneak attack will find Finna. Finna will get Adam. Valiate's going to go down to LFP. Well played here by Wuzhu 2. It's all down to Michael. He's at least going to get LFP. And he's got the wall to play with. Fakes in, gonna push him with the pan as Fana is flashed again, gets Michael low, and the pan will be the thing that finishes it off for Wuzhu 2. 13 kills and a secured spot in the grand finals of PAS 5.
It was a noble attempt by Empire at the very end. That is exactly what they needed to do in order to try and break open this game from Wuju 2, but a Lynx and an MG3 in their way, much less the positioning advantage that Wuju 2 had. It was their game to lose, and they were able to hold on. But that is it. That is the top 8 teams confirmed. Empire included in that. They were able to hold on.
Indeed. Yep. Great game by them. Well, let's take a look at the highlights real quick, and then we'll get everybody back in here to finish up things for the day.
And that means it is done and dusted. We know who the Big 8 going to the grand final is, and it really did come down to that last match where Dots lost 2 and had to send to a compound and hope for the best. But the Fireflies, I don't know if maybe their butts were just too bright, because it felt like they were being hunted by team after team after team as they tried to rotate to the middle. It was Toyo honestly felt vindictive.
I mean, yeah, it played out kind of exactly like we thought it would. Like, Fireflies were playing the edge, playing on the kind of coming in super late, playing super cautiously and not really taking fights. The only time I think that I saw them shoot their guns was when potentially Dangerous got like kind of pushed up into their area, but really that was just to scare them away. And then they tried to just send it towards the middle and hope nobody was looking at them. Unfortunately, they're surrounded by like 5 teams, so that's how that one finished out.
Let's look at these overall leaderboards. Cameron, walk me through it, and who's going. I mean, obviously Left's going through, but what'd you love?
I mean, it was all the lower teams that were being the most active. Yeah. Even Toyo didn't get that many points off of that game, but it's really Dangerous, though, chasing them down, including Dots, who, because Firefly went out just a smidgen earlier than them, were able to scrape on through and find their way into the top 8. But otherwise, yeah, just a very weird game. Game 12s of Last Chance qualifiers always are, just because most of the people are already set, whether they're going or not. Which makes it difficult for the teams on the bubble, but Dots were somehow able to just squeeze on through.
Because they played their game in the last one. You guys nailed it when you talked about what to expect. Dots played aggressive, Fireflies played back. They sort of waited. They watched Dots pass them, they late played the circle, and they just got to a point where, like, because Dots kept surviving and picking up kill, Firefly couldn't do anything. And I think you guys nailed it on the head. Firefly took the back foot and let Dots go forward with that game. Now, there was also a really exciting duel push there that, we knew it wasn't going to happen, but like those last 2 games were a blast, Poro.
They absolutely were. Like, just to remind everybody what happens when they actually start playing with their hands instead of their feet, right? So,
right.
It was a lot of fun to see those guys play again, and I don't know. I'm very excited to see how this grand final plays out. But I think we got an interview, yeah, Toughies?
We do. So I am going to say shout out to Toyo on that final score, but we decided we wanted to bring in that 8th place team because we talked to Toyo yesterday, the guys who just made the cutoff. So let's get Shane Doe from Dots up in here to chat with us. It was a very wily end to the day for you guys going into that last game. Give me a snapshot of what was going through your head when you lost 2 and had to send towards that spot and just watched Firefly lose one after another.
Honest, like I would like to say we weren't panicking, but it was a little scary. Spicy marked a really good spot for us to pull up to for a salvage, and like that's all we needed. Just that little spot, just that little hope.
Just a little prayer.
Yeah.
Cameron, you got anything for Shane?
Yeah, listen, Shane, so you and the rest of Dots have been grinding out the, I mean, shall we call it like the tier 2 scene for a while to try and make their way into PAS. If I'm not mistaken, my history might be a little wrong here, but this is not only the first PAS main event that you've qualified to, you were able to actually make it all the way to grand finals. Can you speak to what that experience is about, like the constant, the fight to just better yourselves as a team?
I mean, I really enjoy comp, so like any kind of improvement is just really enjoyable for me, even though it's really stressful and really hard at times. First goal was to make it to groups, and we did that. Second goal, obviously, once we got to groups, was make it grand finals. I never would have expected to make it, but here we are.
I gotta say congratulations again, and I don't know if you know this, but you guys are kind of fan favorites, or at least chat favorites, as they are. I see Shane threw up on his keyboard. Joshy in the grand final. I'm about to cry. From Poggy, Leeboy Kenobi. Hey, that's that Shane guy. Do you have anything to say to all these fans now that you've managed to make it to the grand final?
Not much, other than the fact that those emotes look beautiful and the support's been insane, and I'm just like so happy to be here. We're still like coming down from this whole thing. Like we were in the comms, we were freaking out because we thought we just like barely missed out, and I'm still clenched. Like I still mentally, I'm still in that dip with the boys.
Well, yeah, let me ask you this then. I know you are going to probably take a day or two, probably just one day to sort of relax and reset, but because like making it to grand finals, you said yourself, is over the expectations that you set. How are you going to be approaching grand finals, whether that's like preparation or just mentality of going into the big event?
I think just cleaning up the mistakes that we made throughout group stage, throughout this LCQ, all of that. So just clean up the mistakes. We know what we need to work on, and it's just about executing now.
Nice.
We're very
I think
confident.
it's safe to. Well, I'm confident after watching. I'm confident in your Wrangle games, Shane. That's what I'm going to say. Okay.
True. That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
Pick it up in those middle two. That'd be wonderful.
You're not wrong. It used to be the other way around, which is super weird.
But hey, if we can clean up the middle two just a little bit, we'll be perfect. I think the fans love you guys. They've been fun to watch, and part of that is the fact that you guys are grinders. You have been for so long. The community's always had respect for that. What I'd like for you to do right now is if you could just give me a second and tell me what you love about each of the other guys on your team that they bring to Dots, or whether it's the comedy or the frag power. What is it? Introduce me to these other three guys.
So we're a new team, but they're not new players. So I think I value a lot in their experience, every single one of them. Joshy has an insane ability just to turn his brain off and just go kill people. I think that's the best part about him. He does what you tell him, and he just gets up in there and just does his thing. Spicy, I don't know him hardly well at all still, because he's a new teammate of mine. But he is so insanely calm in like stressful situations, and he's obviously insanely mechanically skilled. So insane addition to the team. Blissey is like, I would say he's like kind of like the right hand man to like my IGLing. He provides a lot of like counter options. He tells me he warns me about certain threats that I'm not considering, and he's a beast. I think he carried us today. At least like he probably doubled our kills individually. So I think that cracks it out. And then I got to shout out Grizz, our coach. He's been insanely helpful, and he's just good vibes to have in the comms in between scrim games, and he gives us some good insights that we couldn't find ourselves.
I love that. I love hearing a little bit of hype for the team as you guys are on your way to your first big grand final. Very excited. I'm not going to hold you too long. I'm sure you still got some adrenaline pulsing. You probably want to meet with the lads and talk about how awesome that was. Cameron already asked you to say or speak to your fans. I think Poor asked you to speak to your fans. I want you to talk to anybody else you want to, whether it's plug your socials, plug some streams, thank your parents, whatever. You guys earned some mic time with how you played today.
Come prime sub to me. Shane _Doe. That's all I got.
That's exactly. Well, you know what? All I got's a Prime sub, and it's yours, Shane.
It better
Just
be. I'm gonna
like
hold you
the
to it.
bid to grand final. I'll be over. I'll be over soon to send that in. All right. Thank you so much for stopping by, Shane. Good luck. Tell the boys we said congratulations. It was awesome to watch.
Congrats.
Thanks so much, guys. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
That was fun, gentlemen, because Dots was a journey. It was an ellipses this whole time as I waited for them to sort of show, are they going to go all the way? Are they not? They were up and down.
Doubling down on that one.
Well, you know, it's the thing about ellipses. They just keep going.
Hey,
Did you know the 4 dots in technical speech means the end of a conversation? And I think that they put an end to the conversation about do they deserve to be in the grand finals here. And those are your teams that will be in the grand finals in just 1 week's time when we come back on Friday. Poro, what do you think of that lobby?
Man, I look, I hope that all the teams that made it today have a great day. I hope they congratulate each other. I hope they feel good about themselves. I hope they feel hype. And then I hope they start getting to work, because the grand final is going to be a completely different beast than this LCQ.
Yeah.
You got some of the heaviest hitting squads in the world. Team Falcons just appears to be on an absolute roll. It is going to be very, very difficult to find wins, to find kills in that lobby. So, celebrate the moment, but start preparing for the next step.
Absolutely. I think that's the big takeaway for me, Cameron, is yes, we're now looking at grand finals. It was fun to watch this, but there's some super teams coming out of EMEA and Korea and China that are going to be brutal in the international scene, not even to mention some of the NA teams that look out of control. That's my worry for these. Like, we need to find the best teams from the Americas, because I'm sick and tired of us not winning these international events outside of EWC. So, I'm really hyped to see some of these teams turn up and go the distance. Do you think there was anybody in this LCQ that could be one of those teams going forward this year, Cameron?
Internationally, I mean,
Yeah.
I think Toyo has a chance to make it from what we saw today.
Yeah.
But then again, it's always possible that we're just looking at it through rose-colored glasses of seeing them perform in this lobby, where the grand finals lobby is going to be a completely different beast, not just in terms of the teams involved, but the fact that it's a best of 18 with everyone playing all 18 games. Previously, it's been 12 games. Now it's 18. So you can't get away with like 1 or 2 lucky chicken dinners with a good kill count to sort of carry yourself. You really got to be super consistent and be able to roll with the punches. And so it's an entirely different game going forward.
All right. Now, I know I always ask for final thoughts. It felt like you both just gave final thoughts, but I can't not ask for them. So, Poro, give me something, final thoughts coming out of LCQ or looking forward to grand finals, or even just your year looking forward to PUBG. Final thoughts on today.
Shout out to the chat once again for being there for us and following through, sticking with us through this LCQ. Shout out to all the fans out there. Make sure you keep spamming those emotes in chat. Let them know that they are appreciated and loved. And I cannot wait to see each and every one of you here next week for the grand final. And I can't wait to see you for the rest of the year, because we got a lot of PUBG coming up and it's very exciting.
Cameron, final thoughts?
My final thought is the grand finals are the 28th, 29th, and the 30th. So make sure to be here to watch all that action. Breakdown. Bam! Who's the host now?
Well, you heard it from Cameron. Make sure you guys come back on the 28th for the grand finals that will be kicking off for 3 days of absolute awesome. But I also want to remind you to come back tomorrow night, because it is the very beginning of the North American PUBG Players Cup starting at 7 p.m. Eastern right here. So it's going to be, it was open qualifiers through the scrim system. It's going to be something new and definitely interesting. I guarantee you we'll be checking it out as well. So we hope to see you tomorrow. We definitely better see you next weekend for the grand finals. On behalf of our entire broadcast team, Krafton, and everyone here, thank you so much for spending your evening with us. And until we see you next time, play more PUBG.